And we should get a reasonable proportion of a day's cricket as Durham press their outside chance of victory. Glamorgan 153 for 5 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared. And we're all on the weather apps again today, Martin.
There's something in the sky. I've taken a photograph of it and I've asked people if they know what it is. And we've had a few suggestions as to what it might be. We've also had a tweet, how many hours do you think you'll lose today? Kev says, I don't know what the thing in the sky is, but maybe that's what this emergency alert is about later today.
Yes, we will try not to deafen you if we're playing at 3 o'clock.
Is it a bird? Is it chemtrails? Are you starting on time?
We are.
Plenty of that around last year and it still snowed there. Sunburnt in Sunderland.
So it's Travaskis to bowl the first ball of the morning to Carlson, who is forward defending this an over that was interrupted at some point in the last several days.
4:29 last night, wasn't it, when they went off?
Here is Travaskis again. Carlson driving into the offside, but it's quite a heavily manned offside, so there's no run. So there are close catches at slip, short cover and short mid-wicket. The left arm spin of Liam Travaskis, who's in bowls, and Carlson is forward defending to that short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Final ball of the long over coming up as Travaskis in, and Carlson is stretching forward and defending again. So having a good look at it, first up, 153 for 5 it remains. Carlson 46, Cooke is 32.
Kiran Carlson heading for what would be the 24th occasion in which he's passed 50 in first-class cricket. He's on 46 at the moment. Got 106 in the opening match 2 weeks ago here against Gloucestershire. And has enjoyed playing Durham over the years. Got 82 in the final when Glamorgan beat them in Nottingham in 2021. He scored 61 in the opening game at Cardiff last year. And then he followed that up with a 53 at Chester Street as well. Ryden course then to bowl from the Cathedral Road end. As he comes in here, Cooke on strike on 32. Ball defended, run short at Lees on the leg side. Carlson yesterday hit in the chest by Bryden Course. The ball rolled down onto the off stump, but the bail didn't come off. He was on none at the time. And Glamorgan got off to a really awful start. Byram had a first bowler, LBW to Paul Coghlan at the start of the second over. David Lloyd went just before lunch, LBW to Ben Rain for 31. Labuschagne, LBW to Ben Rain after lunch for 17. Sam North, he's caught by Graham Clark at square leg off Bryden Cars for 8. And then Root, LBW to Rain. This is played to Lees once again by Cooke. And this was all happening while it was really overcast. And then they went off and on 2 or 3 times for bad light. And then eventually these two settled into a partnership, which is now worth 64. And the rain came at 4:29, and that was the end of proceedings yesterday.
Yeah, Glamorgan struggled first up against Gloucestershire as well, 35 for 3 in the first innings, and then 38 for 3 in the second.
I reckon we've lost 141 overs in this game.
I believe you.
Cos comes in, bowls, edged and gone. Cooke's just left his bat dangling, and Carr strikes with his third ball of the day. Cooke out for 32. It ends the partnership at 64. And crucially, 318 they trail by.
Well, we heard the old cliche about a big first hour being wheeled out last night, and it's Durham with the early blow and another bonus point in the bag. So they're up to 7 points for the game to Glamorgan's 2. And Glamorgan will have to work hard to add to that, really. Still 97 runs away from a first batting point, and Cooke unable to resume his fairly serene occupation on the crease last night. Never helps when you have to play yourself in again. And Cass has developed a good head of steam in this match. Has run in with real intent having had a week off to think about things and build up his fast bowler's venom. So it'll be Dan Douthwaite. Man who doesn't like to hang around.
I don't know why it is, but I've always had a problem writing his name down.
All right.
Completely got all the letters the wrong way around when I was writing it down in the first innings when he was bowling. So.
Yeah, I suppose the O and the U and the A and the I, but
when you're just a simple village lad, sometimes these things come to try you.
DD. Hashtag DD88. As they tried to get going in jest at the club. But, yeah, I don't see Douthwaite playing a passive role. He might well have a go at Cars. Or anyone, really. Glamorgan's only selection for the 100 franchise tournament. But at least he is...
For the Welsh franchise?
He is... Well, for anyone.
Oh, at any team, right. Okay.
He is for the Welsh franchise, yeah.
Carlson then to Douthwaite, comes in, bowls to the right-hander, that's defended. He plays that firmly into the ground. It runs up to Rain at mid-on.
Yes, he had a couple of games in the first year of the tournament up in Manchester without making any real impression. And last year, Glamorgan only lost Michael Hogan to the 100, and he was down in Southampton.
Carlson again bowls, defended, and it rolls down to the slip cordon. Had a bit of backspin on it, that one.
Looks as though there are mixed fortunes for games around the country. They're underway at Taunton in Division 1 and at New Road at Worcester at Division 2. The others are all rain delays.
Yeah, it's drizzling at Lords apparently.
Game at Northampton, won by Hampshire yesterday.
Cast balls. That's gone off down into the ground and down towards a long leg. Fielded by Travaskis with his wide-brimmed floppy hat on. And it flies through between both sets of stumps and is backed up across the other side of the square by Scott Barthwick, end of the over. Had a few emails which either came in yesterday or first thing this morning. Duncan Evans says, hello Marty, thank you to you, Nick and the well-spoken, as always, Edward, for the commentary via the stream. Long may the live streams continue via the county site, and long may the excellent BBC cricket commentaries as well. The sound of the summer. Duncan in a miserable Tunbridge. Now Tunbridge is nice, so I presume he means weather.
Yes.
And Tunbridge, not to be confused with Tunbridge Wells. I think they're about 7 miles apart.
Yes, he's a follower of Glamorgan, is Duncan. So good morning to you.
Andrew emailed at 5 to 10, any chance of play? Well, the answer is yes. It looks gorgeous out there. The ground staff have done a great job because it just rained and rained last night. It was miserable in Cardiff, just puddles of water everywhere. Lots of bedraggled rugby fans wandering the streets after the 2 matches at the Millennium Stadium.
As Rain will take over from Travaskis and bowl to Douthwaite, who is back on his stumps defending to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Travaskis had to bowl the first few balls of the morning because he was mid-over when play went off. He's been quickly hoiked and replaced by Rain, and really these two have been Durham's most threatening bowlers so far, Rain and Cars, so no wonder they're first up. 2 slips. Rain in to Douthwaite, who's forward defending to short mid-on, and there is no run.
Must have been an early start for the Sunderland fans heading to West Brom this morning, particularly on the buses, because I saw Rob Mason tweeting there was a spare ticket because one of his pals, somebody on their bus, hadn't turned up. He's the Sunderland programme editor. Does anybody want a spare? And it was snaffled in no time, but that match kicks off at midday.
Oof.
At the Hawthorns.
Here's Rain then from the river end in bowls to Dowthwaite, who's pushing defensively on the offside, and there is no run. Dowthwaite didn't play any first-class cricket last summer. It was purely used in the white ball stuff. Scored 15 in his only innings against Gloucestershire before he skied 1-2 mid-on off the spin of Van Buren. So he's got a job to do to try and cement a place in this championship team for the coming weeks. As Rain is into Dowthwaite, who's forward, defending very gently to the man at a very short mid-on position. There's a bit of congestion in that arc of the field because there's a man standing next to the strip, almost immediately behind him as we look as the batter. We're looking over third man, and then wide on has just had to move a metre or two wider to be able to see anything. The man who's back more or less saving the single. Rain to Dowthwaite, short ball, Dowthwaite hooks it through mid-wicket. A dive from the infielder, but the ball had sizzled past him, and it's away for 4. And I don't think you will often see Dowthwaite resist a short ball. He's going to go after it.
Well, he'd speared it down into the ground. Travascus is close in there on that leg side. He dived across to his right, but couldn't get near it. It was away like a flash. Short boundary up towards the pavilion side of the ground as well. Davey says, apologies to you and your co-commentators. I'll not be listening between 11:30 and 2 as I'll be watching the Red and White Wizards at West Brom. I don't think you need to stop listening to us until about 2 minutes to 12 maybe, Davey.
Rain is in and bowls, and Dowthwaite leaves that outside off stump. Good morning to Andrew Hopkins, who says he thoroughly enjoyed listening to us while at the match on Thursday and yesterday. Shame it's a ball behind when in the ground, but still entertaining. Enjoyed the reference to the Major and Faulty Towers. Not sure that episode will air again, though. No, there are some bits of Faulty Towers that are decidedly of their times, and probably have to have a little snip or two.
Andrew says, I'm on my own today because my girlfriend is out at Hardwick Hall for Ladies' Day. I hope Durham bowl them out twice and come on the tune. Busy day on Radio Newcastle, so we've got build-up from 11:30. In fact, actually, they're on air now. Build-up to that West Brom Sunderland game. Commentary of that one from 12. And then this afternoon's at 2:30, is it? Newcastle against Spurs. Commentary of that one as well.
2, I think, wasn't it?
2 o'clock, is it? Bryden Cast to start his second over of the day from the Cathedral Road end, and that's driven on one knee nicely by Carlson through the covers, and there's his half century. So it's the 24th time that he has managed to get in first class cricket, and he got an 80 against Durham in the one day cup, and he got half centuries against them last year as well, didn't he, in both county championship matches. 61 here and 53 at Chesley Street.
72 balls and 6 fours.
Cast comes in again past the umpire and bowls, and that has the batsman going back into his crease as he looks to turn it leg side. There's an appeal. Cast looks very enthused by this.
From the shot you'd think leg side-ish. But the umpires have been, well, you can tell they're former bowlers, I think, in this match. They have been willing to raise the finger.
Again, past the umpire and bowls, and that has the batsman going back into his crease as he looks to turn it leg
But
side.
umpire Lungley
Looks very enthused by
not
this.
willing on that occasion. Former Derbyshire bowler.
Cast bowls. Oh, that's gone down the leg side and nearly hit the leg stump, and batsman was nearly knocked over by that one as well. He's trying to york him leg stump there. The keeper diving across to his left managed to get a hand on it. They run it by.
Yeah, that looked like a rapid delivery with the naked eye anyway. Certainly had Carlson in some trouble for pace. Halfway through the car's over.
In comes Cast again, running away from us up to the crease. He bowls. That's left wide of off stump. Finishes his follow-up about 2/3 of the way down the track there. Away from us, up to the crease. He
How
left wide of off stump.
far up or down the England prospects order does Bryden Carr's come, do you think?
Well, he's considered at the minute as part of the white ball setup. He has aspirations to be more than that. And it was the ECB who told him to sit out last week. I think there's issues. He's had lots of injury problems over the years as he comes in and bowls again. That's left alone. And they've got to be very careful how they manage his workload and his training. A few years ago he was having problems with his knee and kept coming back too early, and it kept resurfacing, and eventually he was sent to see a Harley Street surgeon who worked out what was going on. He had foot fracture issues before that, and last year he tore something in his knee while with the England Lions in Australia, so he missed the start of the season and had to have an operation. Then when he eventually came back, he then suffered a toe problem and missed the end of the season. Comes in and bowls again, and this is played out through the covers. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and it's away to the pavilion boundary for 4. Not sure if he can't remember if he picked the toe injury up in the one-day international at Chestnut Street again, or if it was before that. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and it's away to the pavilion boundary for 4.
Seems to be the issue among England's faster bowlers, doesn't it? It's just a question of who's fit at any given time, of Potts, Wood, Archer, Stone, etc.
Comes in and bowls again, and this is played out through the covers. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and it's away to the pavilion boundary for 4.
Robinson and Broad at least are going all right at the moment, and the wickets in their current round of matches. Anderson. As Ben Rain starts a new over, and it clouds over slightly, and Carlson deflects one gently down towards third man. There is no third man. There'll be a couple of runs. Will they risk the third? No, they won't. On the turn was Graham Clark, having overhauled it about 5 metres in front of the third man boundary, just down to our right. If you are joining us for the first time in the match, the pitch at Sophia Gardens is towards the pavilion side, so we're peering to our left. They've put a physical sight screen up rather than the usual sheeting, which means the boundary is quite short, or even shorter than usual, straight at this Cathedral Road end. But it's a short boundary away to our left towards the pavilion side. 169 for 6. 2 more from Carlson. Durham look at their field again. 2 catching close on the leg side, 2 slips. As Rain bowls, and Carlson is forward defending up to mid-off.
Ian Willis says if the weather stays fine, the follow-on would be nice.
Yeah, it's a long way away, 322.
Somerset Bagpuss quotes me, "It feels like a summer's day," and he said to somebody who spends their summer on the boundary at Chesley Street, probably the sun may be out, but bring a flask of soup and your big coat just in case to the rest of us. I'm wondering if they've cleared that leg at Taunton yet.
Rain is in to defend, and Carlson defends. They are playing at Taunton. Somerset are 49 for 0 in their second innings.
In their waders.
That is a deficit still of 64 runs.
Derek says we were lucky enough to have cricket and a win yesterday. Alnmouth and Lesbury Cricket Club at home. The new overseas player was great to watch. 2 wickets, 2 catches and 84 not out for Eknath Kirkar. Well, that was Northumberland where they play.
As Rain bowls and Carlson plays defensively up to the deeper mid-on, and there is no run. I was surprised to learn from one of our colleagues next door that they managed to get a full match in yesterday, albeit fielding in the rain for 40 overs.
Right. Well, I think Tyne and Weir and County Durham yesterday were absolute no-nos because that big band of rain just sat right on top of them all day. But Alnmouth's north of Newcastle, it's up on the coast near Bamborough Castle, up round that way, sea houses.
What's Ollie Robinson up to? Has he decided he's going to stand up? Looks like it.
Yeah.
Helmet is being retrieved from the boundary. He's given his cap to Jones at slip for him to stick in the back of his trews.
They're just to the east of Annex, so they're out where the coast is. Annex inland about 7 or 8 miles.
169 for 6 as rain is into Carlson, and he's back on his stumps. If you are just joining us, the wicket to fall in the first full over of the morning was that of Chris Cooke, caught behind by Robinson. A faint but easily distinguishable edge off the bowling of Bryden Cars for 32. Edward Bevan will pop in alongside me for the next 5 minutes while Martin addresses the radio listeners. BBC Radio Newcastle as rain bowls, and Carlson drives back past the bowler. Might have got a fingertip to it, but that was punched quite hard and it's gone down the ground for 4 runs. Carlson moves to 56 and the total on to 173 for 6. These two aren't hanging around, Edward.
No, if the ball is there to be hit, it might as well go, because Glamorgan still huge deficit of 298. They're not going to part half volleys back, and Douthwaite, of course, is not one to do that. He hits the ball very hard indeed, and he's already hit one boundary. So Glamorgan need to press on, not lose wickets, because, you know, you and I have often seen 15, 16 wickets fall in a day. Glamorgan's confidence doesn't look too clever. Carr starts a new over. He's going over the wicket and bowls to Douthwaite, who plays it away on the onside. Nice looking shot up towards mid-wicket. There's a man after it, dives and stops it just inside, and they'll be happy with just 2 runs. 175 for the loss of those 6 wickets. An early blow, and Chris Cooke went this morning, just bounced a little on him and hit the edge of the bat through to Robinson. I have not seen Carlson in the flesh before, but I'm very impressed with what I have seen as he comes in now and bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite will appeal for LBW, and the umpire says not out.
Looked to be playing across that one there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that was the right shot for that particular delivery. It was probably just about going down leg side.
Not just about, Nick. I think it was going down a very long way. But they've had success with their appeals, which bowlers know that the umpires do give, then they will keep on appealing. Cars in, bowls again. Short, pulled away, and that's going to be fielded by, yes, very good bit of fielding by Drafaskis. Down in front of the river end here.
There seems to be quite a big discrepancy between various weather forecasts today.
I've given up. Given up looking.
The Met Office thinks the rain is likely to miss Cardiff. The BBC forecast thinks it's likely to be thundery showers this afternoon.
In comes Carlson, bowls to Carlson. Carlson plays a nice looking shot up to mid on. They go for a quick run, rain has it, but Carlson has been fit. I think he was an outside half, wasn't he? A very promising young outside half. Whether he played for the Welsh schools, or if they have the Welsh schools these days, or some representative side, but he's small, the typical Welsh fly half of yesteryear, and he was easily home. He moves on to 57, 177 for 6. About to say that Glamorgan are 23 runs away from the bonus point, but yes. I'm learning.
Take us a while to get out of the habit.
123.
It's now 250 is the first bonus point.
Here is Carr scattering pace down the leg side. He has been bowling a lot down the leg side this morning as Robinson takes.
Martin's favourite Norwegian site does tend to err on the pessimistic side for the weather today, suggesting that it's likely to be raining from 2-ish. But Glamorgan have got to be of the mindset that they've got to bat all day and get as many bonus points as they can.
Yeah. They've been on the back foot ever since 11 o'clock on the first day. Carlson is in, bowls again, and it's a bouncer. And Although he's a big lad, Douthwaite gets underneath it and goes through to the wicketkeeper. The score at the end of that over, 177 for 6. Douthwaite is on 12. And Carlson leading the way after a century against Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago. He is on 57. Michael Nisa, as we know, is a very capable batsman. And after him, we've got Van der Gooten. We've got Podmore. I don't know much about Podmore's batting capabilities, and Van der Gooten certainly can hold the bat.
As Ben Rain starts a new over. Cloudy morning now. Just a little bit of blue sky around. Bowls to Carlson with the keeper standing up, and Carlson blocks it to mid-off. And there is no run. With regard to the previous message from Andrew Hopkins, I'm pleasantly impressed that you choose to listen to our commentary while in the ground, because it's not contemporaneous, as you say, because of the our words shooting up to a satellite somewhere and bouncing back down by the time you get to your phone. It is usually about 40 seconds to a minute behind.
Can you just say that posh name again? You just said extra.
Rain is into bowled. Carlson plays it into the offside, and there's no run. What did I say?
Extraneous or something?
Extraneous?
Extraneous.
Yeah. By the time people have looked them up, they'll have forgotten what I meant anyway. 177 for 6, yeah. At Sophia Gardens. BBC Sport bringing you ball-by-ball commentary of all county games throughout the season. And now there's a short mid-off as well to add to the crouchers as Carlson whips this one wristly past mid-wicket. There'll be, I think, a couple of runs as they turn, and the ball is retrieved.
You often find this, don't you, on an unresponsive pitch. The bowlers will try anything, and if you've got a captain, an inventive captain, he will put... we saw with Glamorgan, Labuschagne was the architect of that. And now we've got one either side, as Nick says, and then 10 yards to the man on the onside, we get another one crouching. 3 predators there.
As Rain bowls and Carlson drives, but straight to the conventional cover fielder, and there's no run. There's not much space there for the bowler to get through, is there, in his follow-through?
And Douthwaite will have to make a circular tour.
Douthwaite will have to stand and run outside the fielder, so
That's right, as he's standing there now.
A bit wider on the left-hand side of the adjacent strip. As we,
I think this possibly is due to the slowness of the pitch. I can't think of anything else, because batsmen might just play a little early. Yeah, well, Glamorgan had catchers stand in front of the wicket rather than the slips, and there's another one gone from... David Bedingham has gone from second slip to, he's dancing round one step at a time, a short extra cover on the drive. So they're now 4 crouching in front of the wicket as Rain bowls and Carlson drives straight to Bedingham, but all along the ground, and there's no run. Yeah, Borthwick, the captain, trying everything he can, and it's good to see that sort of adventurous captaincy, trying everything, because on this sort of slow pitch, as I was mentioning, if you do play just a smidgen early, then you loft the ball, it's not coming on to you. But I have to say, I hope this is another kiss of death, that Carlson especially has timed the ball on beautiful on drive, but went for 4. Rain to Carlson, who tries to thread it through that infield and picks up a single to wide mid-on this occasion. Yeah, it does block an awful lot of scoring shots, that particular field. 180 for 6. Carlson has 60 of them, and he's retained the strike at the end of the over. Dark clouds away to our left at the moment. It's quite bright, but I think that's going to be the pattern of the day. It's the famous utterances of weather forecast. It might hit you, or you may be lucky. Yes. It doesn't tell us a huge amount, but looking just, if you look through the window there at the end, it looks pretty black. Yes, and Durham have just got to go all out for wickets, I think, even if they do give away a few runs in the process. They've still got 142 to play with before the follow-on is
avoided, which really would be the end of the match in terms of positive result.
Carse to continue. Generating pace with this very direct, excellent run-up. He comes in and bowls, and that's lifted on the diminutive Carlson, and he doesn't get up onto his toes, but plays it high in front of his chest. Excellent run-up. It comes in. Just to remind you, as Nick was telling you yesterday, if hadn't scored, Carlson, when a ball from Carse rose, deflected off onto a stump. The bails decide that they weren't going to drop, or a bail. So bad luck there for Carse, especially now as Carlson is on 60. Here is Carse. He's in and bowls off the back foot. He thinks of a run, but the man at cover decides that he's not going to get any. 2 slips and then a short leg, a man wide in the drive and a mid-on. So there's 5 men. It's a backward square leg, not quite on the boundary, and a fine leg, again very square. I don't think we should, I shouldn't describe him as fine. Yes, another change in the field. Ben Rain goes from mid-on, and I think he's going to go to leg slip. So the bombardment you might expect now with the ball pitching short. He's going to have a crack. We see this often, Nick, don't we?
Yes, he'll have to work hard for bounce on this wicket, though.
So he's gone round the wicket, aiming it in at his body, you would have thought. In he comes and bowls down the leg side, and there's a shout of catch, and I think it was...
no, there wasn't that much excitement.
Excitement anywhere, really.
Just fell short of leg slip, but presumably off the thigh or thereabouts.
So it was the predictable short ball, as umpire Malander decides that he can't see all that well with the short leg, and he goes over to point. Here's Carse. Comes in, bowls again. Short outside the off stump this time. He's going to bombard him with short deliveries.
Yeah, well, he's got the height, hasn't he, Bryden Carse, to bang the ball into the pitch. He's, I'd say he's about 6'4", he's a touch taller.
6'2" apparently, so...
he's listed 6'2", but he was taller than me when he was talking to Martin last night. He's definitely taller than me. He's 6'3", 6'4".
Certainly.
See what who's who is listed in Mouse.
There he is. Bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets a nasty delivery that comes up and hits him on the shoulder or thereabouts. So he's trying to get him to bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets a nasty delivery. Divert the ball, come behind to that man at leg slip or short leg.
Yeah, Carlson needs to change his entries in the who's who. He's listed as 6'2" there as well. He's taller than that. He's taller than me when Martin was talking to him last night.
Taller than me.
He's a little bit taller than me too. In comes Carse again. And bowls. This time he gets behind it, does Carlson. And that completes the over. Mr. Emerson, you coming back to talk to your listener?
Thank you, Edward, for filling in while Martin was talking to radio listeners. Edward will be back in due course. Maybe just after the hour or something. As Martin Emerson comes back alongside me. It is getting somewhat darker at the moment, with some black clouds drifting towards us.
I'm just wondering if the stuff over the hill to the north of us has actually already passed us or not. It's difficult to tell which way it's drifting in from, isn't it?
Yeah, it's generally from our left, but I don't think it is today. Seems to be drifting towards us as we look over that floodlight pylon, isn't it, at the river end. Oh, more funky fields. 3 catching on the leg side.
That's what he said, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bryden Carse.
Have to be a bit funky with our fielding.
The funk is James Brown-esque this morning. They got the funk.
Yeah, with platform shoes and bell bottoms as well.
Here's Ben Rain from the River Taff end with 3 catching in front of the wicket on the leg side, and Douthwaite defending to mid-off.
Stewart's been on a good 80-run win for Glasshoughton in the Pontefract District League Division 1. 37 for yours truly, the top score on a slow, low one, he says.
Well done to anyone who managed to get a full game in yesterday.
Yeah. Down in the rhubarb triangle.
In comes Rain, Ben, that is, and Douthwaite is forward defending to mid-off, and there's no run.
Dr. Kevin Tennant says, what's the score needed to avoid the follow-on in the unlikely event, etc., etc.?
3-2-2.
3-2-2.
149 runs behind.
Somerset Bagpuss has been back on. I asked if they'd managed to clear the swamp off the lake off the field there yet. She said they're using it to farm fish for the fish and chip shop. It'll be a bit of enterprise.
I'm not sure how that mid-on can see anything. As Rain bowls and Douthwaite defends to the central of the 3 catchers on the leg side. He's sort of peering from behind a screen of players, the man at the conventional mid-on, because there's a...
Looks like Matty Potts. It is Matty Potts.
Oh, there we are. He's earning his living.
Looks like Stephen Roach. It is Stephen Roach.
Well, Potts is lurking sort of almost behind the close mid-on, and there's 2 mid-wickets.
And the batsman.
And the batter, yeah, so if Potts gets a catch, he'd be lucky to see it coming. Douthwaite on strike on 12, 180 for 6. As Rain bowls and Douthwaite plays to straight short mid-on, where Beddingham is the man with the sun hat. The optimistic sun hat at the moment, because the sun has disappeared. Just the one slip in Michael Jones. As umpire Mallender waves sun hat around, and in comes Ben Rain and bowls a short ball that Douthwaite hooks and is caught at backward square leg. Well, Douthwaite was always going to go for those shorter deliveries, and he has swallowed the bait, and Bryden Carr's coming forward, sliding to his knees, took a good, well-judged catch, and Glamorgan 180 for 7, and Douthwaite trudges off, disappointed, but he was willing to take on the high-risk shot. Looks down, crestfallen, didn't quite middle it, I think a little bit high on the bat, didn't get the power on it that he needed, so shorter part of the ground, possibility of hitting it for 6, but didn't time it at all. And well, Douthwaite has something to learn about first-class cricket, I'm afraid. It's the sort of risk that you can afford to take in white ball cricket, but not when you're trying to bat out the day in this this form.
Yeah, a bit of a rash shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But while we're discussing whether Matty Potts can see anything, the ball's gone in completely the opposite direction. So he's out for 12. And the big crucial figure, trail, is 291.
So Durham's first hour already with 2 wickets taken.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Michael Neeser.
Just, 27 runs so far. Michael Neeser in at 8.
He got a half century against
rather.
Durham, didn't he, last year? What was that, 27 runs from that partnership?
Just the 27, yeah. 2 for 27 this morning. Neeser is probably about an 8, I'd say, in terms of ability. I think he bats there. Usually for Queensland, his average last season was 25, just the 1/2 century, but quite often chips in and blasted Glamorgan to victory up at New Road with a quick 20-odd, while Billy Root was stranded 99 not out, which is a hard way to go about the game. A man's 1 short of his century and the other guy starts blasting 4s. Rain to Nisa, who is off the mark first ball, turning one towards square leg, 181 for 7.
I was taking a picture of that last delivery purely to show people on Twitter the lack of vision.
And you've got the wicket, have you?
And I got the wicket instead.
Oh, well done.
I managed to capture a wicket at Sussex in the first game and one last week at Durham as well.
Yeah, some pretty dark clouds.
Yeah. The camera's panning on those dark clouds.
It is, as we...
There's no rain forecast until later this afternoon, about 4 o'clock, I think.
Well, the Norwegian one says it's 2 o'clock.
All right, well, they're an hour ahead. So you've had a look on there, have you?
Well, you've been recommending it so heartily, Martin.
All right, okay.
Thought I'd take a third opinion, since the BBC and the Met Office are at variance on...
Actually, you know what? They're 2 hours ahead. We were in Lapland in Christmas, and that it was 2 hours.
Doesn't their forecast work on local times, though?
Yeah, I'm just being silly. Bit of a delay here as Nisa is waiting to face Cars, just rearranging his gloves. Cars coming in now from the Cathedral Road end, and he chops down into the ground and nearly plays on. He's leaning on his bat, rather exasperated there, and the keeper's down on his knees, and he can't believe it didn't hit the stumps. The Cathedral Road end, and he chops down into the ground and nearly plays
that
on.
one has shaved the top of the off
That
stump.
had a sniff of the bail, didn't it?
I think that... Was it just movement off the pitch?
Yeah.
Possibly a faint inside edge, but Car's getting a bit of nip there as the cloud comes over.
Yeah, light could be the issue here, couldn't it? Mind you, they stayed on when it was quite gloomy yesterday.
They did.
And that was when Durham got a few wickets. Cars once again to Nisa. He comes in and bowls. And this is turned to short leg to Clark. No run there. Hi Marty and his band of merry men, says Paul. Greetings from a sun-kissed and fairly mild Costa del Hartlepool. Good start from the Durham bowlers today. Quick wickets needed today, but fear the good old British weather has had its say and the draw is on the cards. Should be with you until around 4 before going out to watch an excellent rock band called Born Villains. Have fun and many thanks for the commentary and the stories. Safe journey back up north. Thank you, Paul.
Bit early to have a rock band on, 4 o'clock on a Sunday.
Well, yeah. In comes the bowler again. Oh, he's got him, surely. He's gone right back into his crease. He's plumb. He jumped miles back into his crease there, and the ball struck him. Carr strikes again, and he's now got 3 for 52. Just above him on the scoreboard, Rain, 4 for 52. And Nisa with a big jump back into his crease here. Boom. Smacks him on the back leg in front of middle and leg. He's out for 1. And Glamorgan are not long for this world by the looks of things here. They are 181 for 8 and trail by 290.
It's done a lot, that ball. Really did jag back. Nisa, as you say, trapped on the back foot, which was probably the factor in persuading the umpire that the ball wasn't doing too much. But they are really getting some use out of facilities at the moment, as the umpires, I think, take a light reading.
Ooh.
And it has gone quite dark, and, well, I wouldn't fancy facing Bryden Cars at any time in any conditions, unless he had his legs tied together, but even less so now. It'll be Tim van der Hoogten wandering down the steps, I imagine, away to our left, with Durham having claimed 3 wickets for 28 this morning, and the prospect of any batting bonus points is a long way away, and Glamorgan are going to have to work hard to get a draw out of this game at this rate. But Durham so far have had 7 out the 8 wickets from Cars and Rain, so depends how long they're going to bowl for, really. Enthused by their wickets probably makes them able to stay on longer, but with Borthwick might have to change the bowling in 10-15 minutes or so if these two can survive this long, if the weather conditions survive this long.
So then, Tim van der Hoogten, a man who the Durham coach. Ryan Campbell knows well from his days with the Netherlands. Big appeal, that's too high. Thudded into the thigh pad, looked like it was going down leg.
Yes, that's an adrenaline sort of appeal, isn't it?
That's too high. He jumped as well as the ball was coming in there, and his thigh pad's probably around about the top of the bails, maybe, where it hit him.
Yeah. Yes, Van der Hoogten does play for the Netherlands when schedule permits.
He was at the World Cup last year, wasn't he? As this comes in from Cars, flicked away down towards long leg for one. Van der Hoogten off the mark.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he didn't play a leading role. I think he was in the first 11 selection.
Well, Durham signed 2 of the Netherlands players who were at the World Cup, and Brandon Glover, who had a little spell with Northants, and Basteleda, the all-rounder. I think Brandon's injured at the minute, though. Carse with his last ball of the over, 3 for 53. He bowls, it's a short one, and Carlson ducks out of it, and that is the end of another good over from him. I think it was the 1 run, wasn't it?
Yeah, excellent stuff from these two at the moment in the first 3/4 of an hour of the day here on BBC Sport Online with Martin Emerson, myself, Nick Webb. There's a very dark cloud passing overhead at the moment, but a little surprised they're not off, to be honest, but it looks a little lighter thereafter. It feels, at least for the moment, as if it's as dark as when they were off yesterday. Yeah. So Van der Hoogten is going to have to survive in murky conditions.
I would say they'd be right on the cusp at the moment. If I had my light meter out there, it would be around about 300 lux.
As Van der Hoogten plays one on the leg side, thinks about the single, decides against. Umpire Malander wandering around, but not towards his fellow umpire at the moment. 182 for 8, Glamorgan under the cosh. Durham really have been on top for virtually the whole game. As rain bowls and Van der Hoogten stretches forward and defends. To Lees at short mid-on.
Mervyn emails, good morning Martin and our Glamorgan friends. If I were to say Ben Rain is Durham's latter-day Phil Bainbridge, I'd be giving high praise indeed. Whatever high praise Rain gets is most entirely deserved. Thank you as ever for the commentary. Every good wish to Eddie Bevan. And of course Nick.
Ben Rain into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who drives to mid-off. No run.
It would be depressing if it didn't rain, but it was light that took them off today.
Yeah.
That's all the delays so far. 141 overs lost in this match.
Good morning to play up Pompey. Good to hear a resident of Costa del Hartlepool staying cheerful with their Football League struggles. His next delivery, Van der Hoogten pushes forward, slightly squared up. Squirts out on the offside, fielded by Clark. No run.
Drove down to Portsmouth in 1996 to see Durham play Hampshire at the United Sports Ground. And we arrived on the Saturday night. It was lovely. Stayed in a seafront hotel, opened the windows on the Sunday morning. You couldn't even see the pier across the street. Thick rain. And that was that. So the match was abandoned first thing in the morning, so we turned round and headed north, and on the way back past London we went and watched Bradford against Notts County in the playoff final at Wembley.
As Ben Rain will race in and bowl, and Van der Hoogten is beaten outside off stump. Robinson standing up. There's just the one slip and still the 3 catchers lurking with intent. Umpire Malander looking a little restless. As in comes Ben Rain, looking to clinch a fifer. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten works one off a thick edge down towards third man. I think that'll just be the single. Yes, it is. Good chase by Michael Jones back from slip to deter them from taking a second run. And well, I'm not sure if Van der Hoogten realised there, but that was the last ball of the over, so he's nicked the strike as he moves to 2, and Glamorgan to 183 for 8. And that means that he'll have to face another peppering from Bryden Cars, who is continuing this this long spell. Travaskis bowled the first 4 balls of the morning, but since then we've seen Rain and Cars, and we're also seeing the umpires looking at their light meters, and Kiran Carlson leading the charge towards the pavilion. Don't think this is going to be too long a delay, and we may well see the Durham fielders hanging around on the outfield, ready to return to the fray as soon as possible. The Glamorgan batters will be up those stairs before you know it. 183 for 8, and we are going to have a brief pause in proceedings here on BBC Sport Online. So just to recap, Durham this morning have claimed the wickets of Chris Cooke in the first full over, caught Robinson bowled Cars for 32. Dan Douthwaite caught Cars bowled Rain, hooking to backward square leg for 12. And Michael Neser trapped on the back foot LBW to Cars for 1. That was 181 for 8, it's now 183 for 8. And we're going to have a delay in proceedings. So we'll be back with you as and so when there's any action. I'd advise keeping your devices logged on, because we may well be back within 10 minutes or so, but at the moment it is bad light, stop play.
Whilst we wait for conditions to improve here at Sophia Gardens, I'll just bring you up to date with news of Where play has and hasn't been possible around the country, all these games in the LV County Championship, like here at Cardiff, are in their final day. They're playing at Taunton, where Somerset are currently 73 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Lancashire by 40 runs. No plays so far today though at Hove, where Yorkshire are still 138 for 3, requiring a further 63 runs to beat Sussex. They started on time at New Road in Worcester, where Gloucestershire have batted for 45 minutes before declaring on 226 for 4, so Worcestershire's target will be 301 runs from a minimum of 84 overs. It's raining at Lords, where Nottinghamshire are 158 for 6, leading Middlesex by 248 runs. It's also raining at Canterbury, where Kent in their first innings are 342 for 7, trailing Essex by 109 runs.
And welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where the delay for bad light, as we suggested, did not last too long. 2 overs only have been lost, so 84 remain for Durham to press their victory case today. Glamorgan 183 for 8 in their first innings, still 67 runs out away from a batting bonus point. They only have 2 from the match to Durham's 7, which is a reflection really of Durham's dominance in this game. Glamorgan this morning have lost Cooke for 32, Douthwaite for 12 and Nisa for 1. Kiran Carlson is still there, leading resistance at the moment on 60 not out, but he's having to watch as Brighton Cars will start a new over from this Cathedral Road end. At least he will when Van der Hoogten and umpire Lungley are ready. 3 slips, a leg slip and a short leg, so there's going to be a couple of short deliveries as Cars is into bowl to Van der Hoogten. That's a full length one, and Van der Hoogten has driven it through the vacant mid-off position. It'll be a couple of runs at least. They might manage to scamper back to the third. No, they won't risk it as the skipper Scott Borthwick overhauls it in front of the indoor cricket school, away to our left in front of the members area. And Glamorgan moved to 185 for 8. The light just about playable. A reminder that for Durham listeners that we are not able to use the floodlights for championship games, unfortunately. Here is Cars into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who gets a thick edge down towards third man, and just the single on this occasion. It's retrieved by Bettingham. Carlson gets on strike, which is probably preferable. Glamorgan 186 for 8. And this morning, well, Cooke a routine edge to the keeper. Douthwaite hooking.
Less said the better, I think.
To backward square leg, indeed. Not the best shot selection in the circumstance. And Lisa trapped on the back foot, leg before to Cars for 1. Wickets falling in the 42nd, 49th and 50th overs. Now in the 52nd, as Cars comes round the wicket to Carlson. Bowls. Carlson plays it to short cover, and there's no run. So Scott Borthwick's been doing a lot of adjusting, hasn't he? Been impressed with his captaincy.
Absolutely, and not if it didn't work, at least it put something in the batsman's mind to make him believe there's something there that there isn't there. And he's Shane Warne, when he played for Hampshire, used to do it every ball. Just keep the batsman thinking.
Cars into Carlson, and Carlson plays defensively to Lisa at mid-on, no run.
In fairness, Carlson has played, he's been very selective with his stroke play, and he's played extremely well, and showing up the other batsmen really, because it's a slow and responsive pitch, and you have to credit the Durham attack, who have, especially Ben Rain, who's been doing, because he got 3 LBWs, and he must be doing something with it, and not express pace by any means, but a very clever bowler. In fact, the keeper's been standing up to him.
So you'll be standing up to Cars, the greater pace, and that is a shorter delivery, and Carlson flicks it off his hip down to fine leg, wide of the leg slip, and goes through for the single. So just 1 ball at the end of the over for Van der Hoogten to face. And Lees trots round from mid-on and goes into third slip, and mid-wicket moves round to mid-on. So they're more hopeful of getting the edge off the number 10 bat. With Rain bowling, they've all been clustered in front of the wicket in hope of mistimed drive. 187 for 8. 4 off this over.
Very sparse crowd here today, I'm afraid.
Well, the match position and the weather doubts. Cars in, bowls outside off stump, comes back a bit, but Van der Hoogten leaves, and it's through to Robinson. Yes, it's a great shame, isn't it? With only 7 home championship matches, and Glamorgan played 2 of them in the first 3 weeks of the season, and really it was only the first day of this game that there was anything approaching a crowd in the sunshine.
On the first day, yeah. The next game, they have 2 away games, of course, Leicester and then Yorkshire, before they're back here in a couple of weeks when Worcestershire are the visitors. And the games go quickly, don't they? They go by, and all of a sudden you're played half your championship matches by the end of May or something silly. Have a look at this field then, Nick. 3 on the onside on the drive as Ben Rain comes in now and bowls to Carlson, and Carlson gets right forward and plays it to one of those 3.
Yeah, the schedule isn't, if you want to see championship cricket in mid-season, it's not quite as bad as it was from that point of view, in that I think Glamorgan plays 6 in the first block, and there are 5 spread across June and July.
Nothing in August, of course.
Nothing in August, and the remaining 3 matches in September. All sorts of adjustments going on.
Yeah.
Short leg coming in. Forward short leg.
The kidology, or he's asking Rain, can he bowl a different line, different delivery, mix it up, and I'll change the field for you. So Rain is in, bowls. Sorry, I've taken your thunder there, I think.
Carlson pushes that one through mid-wicket and goes through for a single. 188 for 8. Van der Hoogten has 5. Carlson has 62. And a long countdown for Glamorgan. 82 overs still remaining after this. We only lost 2 because of the light delay. And short leg is in pretty close there. Helmeted and padded up, of course. Shin pads, ultimate protection. Mid-on again, struggling to see between the various fielders and the non-striker. So short leg, short mid-on, short mid-wicket, slip, short extra cover, all catching. As Rain bowls and Van der Hoogten plays it down into the ground past.
I see that
the infielder Clark.
The England captain has been told to rest for a week because he's got a knee injury, and Matty Potts is out there doing 12th man, having been told he can't play. Now, if you can work that logic out, I'd be very happy to hear from you.
Well, from Potts's point of view, I suppose doing a bit of gentle fielding at mid-on is not the same as pounding in for 20 overs. Yes. Rain comes in, bowls Van der Hoogten, can't get it through the onside field as Lees stops left-handed, and there's no run. Well, the fact that Stokes is in the IPL is just an admission that not even England finances can rival the IPL, isn't it? Players will play in the IPL as their priority, and that's it.
Yeah, I think something will have to change before long. Otherwise, you'll get them going everywhere and playing in these games, these one-day things.
Rain in, bowls, Van der Hoogten defends. Yeah, the proliferation with the American tournament, South Africa starting now. Talk of further events being staged in the Middle East as well. There is the danger of cricket being...
well, the counties will have to say, are you playing for us or are you going abroad? Make up your mind.
Well, most of them will go abroad if it's a financial choice, aren't they?
Off you go.
As Rain bowls a short delivery, Van der Hoogten steers it round carefully towards fine leg, and that's just flicked against the rope despite a fine fielding effort by the man down there on the fine leg boundary to
good effort
intercept it. Van der Hoogten, that was a slowish bouncer, but Van der Hoogten played it very deliberately and downwards towards fine leg, and unlike Douthwaite, who just tried to hit it out of the park and mistimed it earlier on. Van der Hoogten moves to 9, Glamorgan 192 for 8, still 58 runs needed for a first batting point, and for Durham just the 1 wicket needed for maximum bonus points in this game, all 8.
And going back to that, Nick, I suppose Anderson and Broad, who are playing their second championship match, they will tell the ECB, we will decide if our bodies, and this is no doubt, this is how we want to play it. As Carr starts a new over and bowls, defended by Carlson on the line of mid and leg, while Potts is a relatively young lad and has done extremely well, and he is guided or told by the ECB, this is what you do. I don't think they'll tell Anderson and Broad, would you? This is what you do.
No, they know at this stage of their careers what keeps
bodies,
what keeps them fit. But yes, I suspect there'll be a non-stop franchise circuit around the world before too long.
In comes the next delivery from Carlson, and it's a good take. Oh, it was, no. I thought a good take, but it's not, and it's gone away.
Leg byes.
Down to the boundary on the far end of the field for, as Nick says, 4 leg byes. 196 for 8, just 4 runs away from 200.
And being 50 runs ahead away from a batting bonus point.
A quick look back to his right then from Nick. No, you're not going to catch me again.
That delivery, I think, flicked Carlson on the hip.
Yeah,
on its way through as he looked to turn it to leg. There is a leg slip in there, so there's a risk as well as the short leg. He can't have long to go, surely. He's been on all morning apart from
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. And his figure's 3 for 57. This is his 18th over as he bowls to Carlson. Carlson jumps up in the air as he guides this for a single backward of square on that onside. And the score moves on to 197 for 8. Van der Gooten, do you remember that innings up at Trent Bridge last year, Nick? He played so well and played a big part in winning the game with his batting, Van der Gooten.
Richie Muck is watching from the Gower where it's overcast after a nice bit of sunshine, looking forward to the season ahead. Good afternoon to you, Richie, who has amusingly written blue tick onto his Twitter handle.
In comes Cass, bowls, defended by Van der Gooten, back down the pitch. Yeah, possibly they might say have a blow, well bowled, Bryden, after this over, and bring Coughlin in, who hasn't had a bowl this morning. Did get a wicket with the first ball he bowled yesterday when he trapped Eddie Byram, LBW, who shuffled across his stumps.
There's been a new course record set in the London Marathon by Kenyan Kelvin Kiptum, the second fastest time in marathon history. So
those Kenyans do it. Mo Farah's running his last one. Cast bowls, left outside the off stump. 1 ball left of this over. This is a 72-year-old lady from America. She is running and hopes to beat her previous record, I think set in 1980s or 1970s.
Gosh.
People are fit these days, aren't they? There's a man I was reading this morning, or not reading, we were told on television, is running with a fridge strapped onto his back.
Wow.
The guy did that a lot in Newcastle and South Shields.
Yeah, they've got that big run in September, always, haven't they? As in comes Cars, bowls. Van der Gooten is behind that, plays it out into the covers. That completes the over. Glamorgan 197 for 8. What is it they call it? The long Great North Run. You ever done it, Martin?
I've got a 100% record in it, Ed.
Well done.
100% of non-participation. Mr. Kiptum's winning time was 2 hours 1 minute and 25 seconds, second fastest marathon in history. The women's race was won by a debutant by the name of Sifan Hassan in 2:18:33. Quicker than getting the bed. Probably quicker than driving around London.
If you want to. They charge you money to drive around London.
Oh, don't they just? Travaskis then to take over from Rain. Might have to be a double change for Durham, so we'll see whether the backup bowler or the change bowlers can...
They're giving one by the looks of the field too. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep long on. I have to say, yeah, okay, let's have a go at Van der Gooten.
Here's Travaskis then, left arm spin around the wicket to Carlson, who defends it gently back to the bowler. As next delivery sees Carlson come down the wicket and drive to mid-off, but there is no run. Cheer somewhere in the distance. We've got the hockey centre just behind us, so you occasionally hear sounds of spectators or music drifting from behind. Travaskis to Carlson, who defends back to the bowler again. No need for Durham to improve their over rate. It's down as level. Glamorgan's somehow was listed as level. Thank you, umpires. Travaskis bowls and Carlson is forward defending.
Why do you think he's bowling Travaskis instead of a test off spinner?
Yeah,
Kuhnemann.
Good question. You'd have thought that Kuhnemann would have been the first spinner used, wouldn't you? As in comes Travaskis and bowls, and Carlson drives slightly inside out to mid-off and throw is whisked back to the keeper. Is Kuhnemann actually on the field? I haven't noticed him at all this morning.
He's tall, man. Is he a cover?
He's number 50, yeah. I haven't noticed him field the ball. As Carlson edges one down towards third man, just wide of slip. It might have had a second slip in business, but there was only one, and Carlson goes through for 2 runs as Beddingham retrieves the ball from underneath us. 65 to Carlson, 199 for 8. Glamorgan.
See him.
Is that not him jogging across the track now?
This could be. Yeah.
There's also a
Can't quite
change of bowling.
make out the number. We've seen Potts do quite a bit.
That's the reason then.
So Paul Coughlin is going to have another blast from this Cathedral Road end.
What time are we dining today?
It's 1 o'clock fixed, isn't it? It's a fixed feast rather than a movable feast on the final day, and well, I'm expecting chicken because Glamorgan are keen on providing us with chicken-based meals, and we haven't had one yet.
Yesterday it was not exactly a chicken-based meal, was it?
It was a burger and chips. It was all right. And we've also had sausage and chilli and rice during the course of this game, which is of no consequence at all to our listeners.
Here's Coughlin then from the Cathedral Road end. He comes in, briskly bowls, and this is played nicely by Van de Gooten up towards mid-wicket. It's a long chase to Ben Rain, and he's given up the chase. He's done a lot of bowling, and he reckons, I'm not going to chase that. It's hit too hard. 4 runs then to Van de Gooten. He moves into double figures. He is on 13, 203 for 8.
Not the bonus point.
No.
If we keep saying it, we might actually remember it by the first month of the season. 250 for the bonus point these days. Then up to 450, which Durham just got to.
Coughlin having one ball. Bowls again. This time it's a bit shorter, a different line on the off stump, played away into the covers, and they ambled through for a single.
Yeah, Coughlin with the 1 wicket so far with the first ball that he bowled, but he's now 1 for 50. Trapped Byram LBW. First ball that Byram received, first ball that Coughlin bowled. Second over of the innings.
Just to remind you that the follow-on is 3-2-1, which seems a very long way away at 204 for 8.
3-2-2.
3-2-2 then, yeah.
It's 149 runs.
To put them in again. This shot is played down the onside to just a man backward square, halfway to the boundary. Carlson gets another single. Holding this innings together is Kiran Carlson.
Yes, I certainly wouldn't expect any changes in the top half of the batting order for Glamorgan for the next match, but they are going to have to re-examine the bowling once more.
I think the left arm seamer, as Coughlin comes in again, this time bowls to Van de Gooten, plays an orthodox forward defensive up to extra cover.
McIlroy might come into the equation, and Salter.
Really, yeah. Well, I don't know about Salter now. I don't know what's going on there. As Matthew Maynard said, we're trying to develop the off spin at
Labuschagne, well, I think Labuschane's keen to develop his off-spin, but he did bowl a few leggies yesterday, didn't he?
So Coughlin is in. Again, is played defensively. Didn't look any sort of bother at the moment. Van de Gooten batting at number 10. He's on 14. There we are. Most, nearly all tail-enders can bat these days and get their 30s and 40s and 50s.
So still cloudy, but no particularly dark clouds in sight at the moment. As
Coughlin again comes in and short. Hits him somewhere.
That sounded like a hit on the helmet
to me,
which means there'll have to be an obligatory check.
And the screwdrivers and everything else come out, but
or maybe it was a particularly noisy arm guard rather than the helmet.
Hit him somewhere, and that is the end of the over. 205 for the loss of 8 wickets, trailed by 266 runs. Carlson 66. Van de Gooten putting up some resistance, hits a couple of boundaries. He's on 14.
Yeah, so 79 overs remaining in the day's play, weather permitting, and that of course minus possibly 2 for the change in innings, assuming that Durham are able to enforce the follow-on. As Travaskis into Carlson, who noodles it down towards fine leg. The ball is running gently beefed towards the ropes. It's disappeared from our view, but I presume it's gone for 4. It's disappeared from our view because there are sight screens there, physical ones, as opposed to the usual white sheeting that they use at this Cathedral Road end. Carlson moves to 70 not out. Glamorgan on to 209 for 8. As Travaskis is in again, bowls. Carlson stretches forward, plays to the one remaining short fielder on the leg side, close in fielder, which is Graham Clark, still with his shin pads on from short leg duty. Travaskis in, bowls, and Carlson goes for that and hits it over long off.
6. For
6 runs. That was remarkable. A whirl of the bat from Carlson. Must have spotted a bit of extra flight from Travaskis there, and absolutely belted it over long off, wide long off. 76 to Carlson, 215 for 8.
It was a good, powerful shot. Must have been drifting just on or around that off stump, and saw that mid-off was up.
So aggression from Carlson, maybe to try and get rid of a few closer fielders. This time he's forward defending.
Oh, you're quite happy with him there, Nick. He hit him over the head.
Waving towards the dressing room there, Carlson. Travaskis in. Bowls. Carlson checks his drive and hits it all along the ground to cover. I know 2 cover fielders.
I don't think Travaskis or Borthwick will be unhappy to see that shot played.
No.
Tempting him to indiscretion, possibly.
Travaskis bowls, and Carlson is down the pitch again, repeating it. He hasn't got all of it, but he's got enough of it, and they will come back for 2 runs as that one has plugged about 10-15 metres short of the long off boundary. As you say, Travaskis will be hugely encouraged by Carlson being willing to hit in the air, but maybe having got 12 runs off that over, he might dial things down for a while now. Carlson moves to 78, 217 for 8. I think it's about time the listener had a rest from me, and Martin will come in alongside Edward.
Yes, interesting over, wasn't it? That's 6, and then he didn't, as Nick said, get all of that shot, and probably thinking, well, I want to try and get on with it, but it will be very interesting to see if Borthwick and Travaskis in the next over will push his mid-off back. If he does that, then obviously Carlson is not going to play the same sort of shot again as
clouds filled in a bit once again. Coghlan then from the Cathedral Road end, our end of the ground, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Ball played short to Bedingham at short mid-wicket. Sunderland are playing at West Brom. It kicked off at midday. 9 of the starting 11 from Sunderland are under the age of 22.
So we would like very much to have a draw there.
You would? Why?
Well, everybody's in the mix, and if you looked at the table this morning, it's incredible.
Coghlan once again bowls. Fended off down towards backward square leg for 1.
Swansea.
Are you looking at that with your Swansea glasses on?
Yeah.
That's Swansea in the mix then, huh?
They're 12th, 3 points behind the top 6.
Right.
So
it's a daft league, isn't it?
I don't think that they'll do it, but you never know. Two games to play. They got Holloway next week, and then they've got West Brom at home, final game of the season.
Coghlan in past the umpire balls. This has gone off down to fine leg, and that's away for 4. And the pressure's just come off in the last couple of overs with those boundaries that they've been scoring. And the 6 in past the umpire 4s as well. It's gone off down to fine leg. That was just too far down the leg side from Paul Coghlan there. Stephen Rains emailed wondering where Matt Kuhneman is. We don't know is the answer. He's apparently on the balcony. As Coghlan bowls again. This is played towards point. And Potts, who's on as a substitute fielder, couldn't take it cleanly first time around. Where's the Durham balcony?
See what Potts did then?
Yeah.
He picked it up and did not pick it cleanly and then had a shy. Are you not allowed to do that, or have they changed it again?
I think it's just a joke, probably.
I've seen it happen once in the last couple of years.
See Ryan Campbell on the balcony, and he's the only one in the Durham area. This is just played away on the offside.
Despite losing 8 wickets, Glamorgan maintaining a healthy run rate, 3.86.
Coghlan in, shortish ball's gone down to the keeper, down the leg side. Well, this partnership's 42, so very useful runs from Van der Houten and Carlson. Carlson on 83. When he got to 50 today, it was the 24th time he'd reached 50 in first-class cricket. Got 106 in the opener against Gloucestershire 2 weeks ago. And he's had 3 knocks of 50 plus, in fact 4 knocks of 50 plus now in a row against Durham.
He got runs, didn't he, in that final we had at
He got
Trent
81
Bridge.
in that one. Half centuries in the games last year here and in Chesley Street.
It's funny that people get runs against certain sides and can't get a run against others. Travaskis does it continue, and Van der Gooten decides that he'll go down the pitch. Now, mid-on has gone back, and he's not on the edge, but about 3/4 way back. Carlson rather, not Van der Gooten. As in comes the next ball.
Been 6 half centuries in this game, 5 of them from Durham. Nobody's got to a century. Durham did the same thing against Glamorgan in 2021 when they had 5 half centurions and 1 batsman getting into the 90s, as has happened on this occasion.
Travaskis bowled off the back foot, clubbed away, but straight to cover, and there is no run. A little bit shorter then. And good to see that he hasn't put his mid-off right back to try and nullify that shot where he hit 2 over the top in the last over from Travaskis. As he comes in again and bowls, and a little paddle sweep there down towards fine leg. And that'll be 4 more runs. So he has now moved on to 87, 13 runs away from a second successive championship 100. As he comes in again, and Glamorgan moved on to 227 for the loss of those 8 wickets, and that'll be 4 more runs. So this partnership thriving at the moment. As Travaskis from that river end comes in again to the right-handed Carlson. Carlson comes down and plays it nicely up to the man at a deepish mid-off and gets a single. Last wicket fell at, what was it, 180?
181.
181.
2 wickets at 180 and 181.
Yeah, 47 the partnership so far. Man comes, where's he coming to? He's coming to second slip. I don't think it warrants that much turn, but you never know. Vasquez comes in around the wicket and bowls to Van der Gooten, who comes forward and plays it away on the offside. That's the end of another over. 15 to Van der Gooten. And Carlson's on 88, 228 for 8. Remember, this is the last day, and Durham will want to take another 12 wickets to try and win this game and get maximum points, and that will push them up to top place, because Leicestershire without a game in this round of games.
Can't add any extra time on in the final day either,
No.
so what's lost now has been lost.
76 overs remaining, lots of overs.
Coghlan to Carlson on 88. He bowls, Carlson defends. And the ball's now 59 overs old as well.
21 overs to go to the new one. Very still day here at Sophia Gardens.
Coghlan bowls, played to Beddingham, short mid-wicket, dot ball. And I'm trying to find out what is the situation with Matt Kuhneman.
You have a physio's number?
I don't. But Sam, the press officer, does. He bowled yesterday, didn't he? He bowled some overs yesterday.
A couple of overs.
Yeah. Signal from Carlson to the dressing room for a drink. And what's going on here? Ben Reid not happy about the ball.
It's the ball, yeah, rather than him signaling in the middle of over for a drink, because
Looks like it's going through the ringer all right.
Oh dear.
The ball has been handed back to them.
Often you see sides, every side in the championship thinking, oh, we're not getting any wickets here, let's have a look, let's have a go. Try and change the ball.
Coghlan from our end of the ground. Carlson on 88, he bowls. That's a leave. Keeper takes it.
I think we better tell listeners not to get alarmed at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Martin.
Well, if your phone
Excuse
goes
the
off, I'll
pun.
be amazed, given your phone came out the arc. But
Very reliable phone.
you might hear some other phones going off around the ground. Here's Coghlan. Played back to him by Carlson, and the ball almost guided onto the stumps, but Tim van der Houten had his bat in the crease at the non-striker's end. It's a bit of a grey day.
I was just
here
going to
in
say the
Wales.
light, it's not black,
Yeah.
it's not white, and it's sort of greyish, miserable. Apart from the first day, it's been miserable weather here. It's going to get even colder, apparently.
In comes Coghlan with a bouncer, and it's pulled out towards deep square leg for one by Carlson. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of sleet and snow on the mountain tops in Scotland.
Or Durham.
No, I don't think so. I do recall the end of the Premier League season in around about 1996. Sunderland were playing away at Wimbledon, and it was May Bank holiday. So me and my dad and a pal, we went and hired a boat on the Norfolk Broads for a few days that week before we went to Wimbledon, and there were blizzards, and the farmers were worried. This was May time. They were worried the crops were going to be killed by the frosts and the snowy weather. Oh, flicked towards leg gully there, and it's come out the hands. I didn't see if it actually went straight in and out or if it
Look at
bounced
the
on the way.
replay. Let's have a look.
Lees is in there. It set a trap. Yeah, it was a catching chance, wasn't it? He dived and he couldn't hold on. So Van der Houten dropped on 15 at leg slip off Coghlan by Lees.
It's a specialist position and not many people field there, so I suppose unless you're an absolute top specialist, as it used to happen in the old days, of course, in the leg trap, you're not accustomed to being there and it's difficult. Talking about snow, there was that famous game between Lancashire and Derbyshire played at Buxton many years ago.
In June, wasn't it?
It was in early June, and it was snow a couple of feet deep. And who was umpiring, of course, was Dickie.
Yeah.
Dickie Bird.
He just turned 90 the other day.
Yeah. Had a big dinner with Sir Michael Parkinson. Oh, we got bowling here. It's Travaskis going to continue again. And he comes in and bowls, and a big appeal. And not out, says the umpire, going down the leg side. Tim van der Gooten trying to shovel that away. And... not
up, it through low.
Neil Malander comes in and bowls, and he's going down.
He's actually standing beyond leg stump when it hits him, so
he's not likely to get an LBW. As in comes just Travaskis again, and this time it's straight to delivery, and it's just pushed down by Van der Gooten. Playing a supporting hand here. He's on 16. Partnership is 49. Travaskis a couple of steps up he comes and bowls and just pushes it back up to mid-on to backward point, and there's no run. Travaskis played a very good innings, 79. Here he is trying to get a wicket, and it's the next ball pushed away. He doesn't take long to bowl an over if you don't score off him. Not a particularly... It reminds me a bit of Liam Dawson, the way he walks and, left arm. Hampshire and England spinner. And he comes, tosses this one up, and he's played forward up to mid-on, no run. 2:30 for 8. Glamorgan, they still trail by 241.
Kuhneman has a stiff back and is not fielding as a precaution.
There we are, there's the answer. As the next ball is played back, that's a maiden from Travaskis. Cold weather, you see, coming from Australia.
Yeah.
A shot of the ground shows dark clouds surrounding, a little bit of brightness, but...
Is that the camera in our window still?
Yeah.
So if I put my fingers in front of you, you'd see my fingers now, would you?
You wouldn't be very popular. So Glamorgan haven't lost a wicket for the last, 35-40 minutes. Lunch is at 1 o'clock. And it'll be Coughlin to continue and Martin to continue the commentary.
Here he comes. Bowling to Carlson, who drives through the legs of Van der Gooten at the non-striker's end, picked up by Rain just behind him. How many football matches are left now? Is it just 2 to go after this? Or
2
what?
after this. Going to sit here, I think, have an extra one because they went to Rotherham some time ago.
I saw that one with the rain at Rotherham.
You would go up and flooded out.
Playable though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One end of the ground flooded. Coughlin with a Yorker, turned away by Carlson out towards long leg for 1, picked up by Lees. Carlson moves on to 90. Are we going to see a centurion in this game?
That will put the kibosh on it.
Who got 100 last year here? Anybody?
Yes, a few hundred scored you.
No one in the head-to-head.
What, the Durham actually?
Alan Ingram got 87. Chris Cooke 59.
Remember Leeds getting the biggie, 180, 170, wasn't it?
Leeds made 182 not out and carried his bat for the second time. Bit of a delay before the next ball is bowled. So Lees has gone back in as the leg slip for Van der Gooten. They've put Beddingham in. It's silly mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket as well. It's gone to Beddingham.
6 men on the onside now.
Beddingham fields out on the wicket there.
2005 series, I think I mentioned it the other day. That's where England had a man for Matthew Hayden. Very, very straight. He was a bit further back than that.
Coghlan bowls. Van der Houten plays it back to Bedingham again. Beddingham's fielding just in front of Carlson, the non-striker.
I think I mentioned at the time, I wouldn't have fancied fielding there to Matthew Hayden if he got a half volley. Fearsome hitter.
Stewart says he's watching this feed while tracking the Marathon des Sables, stage 1 in Morocco. Coghlan in, flick down towards long leg. Travaskis is down there, 1 run for Van der Houten. He says Rachid El Morabiti gunning for a 10th title. Report will be on run 247 later. One of my colleagues did the Marathon des Sables a few years back. Pridey, our sports presenter, and one of my neighbours did it as well 1 year, right across the Sahara Desert.
Oh. You fancied the Great North Run?
Never fancied
Fit man
it.
like you?
Never seen a happy runner. Coghlan bowls. That's gone through to the keeper down the leg side.
Yeah, I think we saw in the Glamorgan is once this ball has got old,
Yeah.
it doesn't do anything, does it, really? And in fairness to Durham, they're trying everything they can at the moment to get wickets, because not out of this game by a long way if the weather remains. The over 8, they'll be glad to note that that is level, even though there's been a preponderance of seam bowling. And the Glamorgan were also level.
Not helping Durham either that Kuhneman, who took a fifer in the win last week against Worcestershire, can't bowl today with a stiff back. Get the deep heat on it.
Travaskis to continue and comes in and bowls the first ball. Van der Houten just nudges it back down. Oh, very quiet at the moment here. And he comes again. Doesn't take long to bowl it over, and Van der Houten plays it firmly in his pickup, one-handed. Short mid-on.
Chris Lingwood says it's a shame these conditions look very much like Potts weather to me.
Travaskis bowled the last over, maiden, and this is his 3rd ball, having had 2 dot balls. Bowls again, clipped away on the onside there. No run.
He says it feels like these two have well and truly put a stop to this all being over by tea. Meanwhile, the gallbladder is better, so I've got that going for me, which is nice. Still very positive on the COVID test, though.
Oh dear. We get everything in this program, don't we? We get everybody what they're doing, how their illnesses are getting on. Travaskis in past umpire Malander, round the wicket, bowls, and just nudged away. It looks as this is another maiden coming, just 1 ball left. Travaskis goes a little bit wide of the crease. Another maiden, 2nd in succession. 232 for 8 then Glamorgan, and Van der Houten remains on 17, doing a useful job here for his side. And
It's
Carlson is on 90.
It's called acute cholecystitis. Inflammation of the gallbladder usually happens when a gallstone blocks the cystic duct.
You have to talk about this just before lunch.
Symptoms include severe pain in the upper right or centre abdomen.
Coghlan to continue, and Martin will continue.
He bowls, and it's played by Carlson out through mid-wicket for 1. Picked up by Clark. Sounds painful, that, doesn't it? I hope you get better soon.
I don't think you stay in hospital long to remove a gallbladder these days.
I remember my nana had issues with hers years ago. And she thought she was having a heart attack with this back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a gallbladder. 233 for 8. Coghlan in with a short one down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Van der Houten just watched that.
They must despair, seamers, and see that ball then just.
Yeah. Still 0-0 at the Hawthorns. Big debate in the pub the other day as to whether Sunderland fans want Sunderland in the playoffs or not. Coghlan in, shortish ball defended.
Why not?
Because if they were to go up, I think there are fears of another 15-point season or another 19-point season, and there's been a lot of despair in that stadium in recent years with
am I right in saying
relegations from the Premier League to Division 3.
You won't get money until the end of the season, whichever way. You don't get anything up front if you go to the Premier, or do you? Because you can spend on some good players.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a false economy, isn't it? This is turned towards mid-wicket. The other thing is they're trying to build a young squad that will be with them for a period of time and not rip up the blueprint. It's a work in progress. And you see what happens is teams go up and they blow all the TV money on players you've never heard of from abroad and wherever else. And
then they go down, and within 2 years they haven't got a penny. Once the TV money stops coming to them.
Coghlan in, short one, down the leg side. Van der Houten tries to pull it, playing a miss. I think I would rather be watching matches where at least there's a chance they're going to win, rather than hanging on for dear life most weeks. Pulling off the odd shock result once or twice a season.
Pal of mine said that the other day. Oh, I just love the EFL, championship is great. And he said exactly what that chap said, or what you said. Get beaten every week.
Yeah. Coghlan with another short one down the leg side, and it's pulled to Travaskis at long leg, end of the over. 1 run. Is that the air ambulance again, or is that the police?
Is it red?
It's red. It's the police, is it?
Air ambulance, I would have thought it was red.
Oh yeah, it's red and green. It's the air ambulance.
It must have been awful for Sunderland some years ago when they went down to the first division. Club of that stature and bad management.
Oh yeah, shocking. The way the club was run. Well, if you saw the Netflix documentary, all was revealed on there as to how chaotic things were behind the scenes. And
Travaskis says had 2 maidens. He's to continue. He's bowling to Tim van der Gooten, who is on 18, and he's coming in for the first ball, and van der Gooten has no problem in pushing it back down. And the time is 15 minutes away from lunch. Travaskis in, trying his best, and gives a shrill yell, and is hit in the middle of the bat to cover.
Nip back on there.
Yeah, but slowly.
West Brom have got a penalty.
Yeah. Travaskis in, bowls, and that's hit in the air, over the top, 4 runs. Or was it going for 6? No, 4.
Just pitched inside the line at the far end.
Small boundary, but Travaskis in, bowls, saying, well, there's hit in the air. Nobody really up have a dart at this. It's 238 for 8, and Glamorgan just 12 runs away from a batting point. So that's broken the sequence of maidens as in comes Travaskis. Bowls to Van der Gooten, who drives up to an orthodox mid-on, and this time there's no run. Travaskis in, bowls again, and this time it's pushed to short mid-off. Ben Rain have a little 2 or 3 over blast before. Something to just mix it up, isn't it? Travaskis coming in to complete the over, and it's defended. That is the end of the over. 238 for 8, then 22 to Van der Gooten, and it's 91 to Carlson. And Van der Gooten playing a sort of innings, well, skipper, why do you put me at number 10?
And West Brom have scored the penalty.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl is Scott Borthwick.
His finger must be all right then.
Mr. Borthwick, the captain, is going to have a throw. Bowl his spin. Why not?
Well, he broke his finger end in the game against the university a few weeks ago, and it split his finger, and he cracked the bone in the end.
A lot of people play. You've got Sam Northeast, who has a fractured finger. He's playing, and Carlson's digits are not too clever either.
I think there were a few old fractures in there as well when Borthwick went for an X-ray.
Well, he's going to bowl from this end, and he's going to bowl to Kiran Carlson. Leggies.
Here he comes. Played out through the covers by Carlson for 1. Borthwick in. That's gone out into the covers. Collected by Clark from Van der Hooten's bat.
That's good.
Borthwick bowls, left by the batsman. Outside the off stump the ball.
Did he bowl the googlies? Mix them up?
Yeah, he can do, yeah. If the keeper had stood still there, it would have gone straight down his throat. Why do keepers never stand still until the ball's kicked? In comes Borthwick again. Played to short mid-wicket and stopped by Bellingham. Off the bat of Van der Hooten.
You got a 1 o'clock?
I've got to go and do a update next door in a minute into half time, because it's half time at the Hawthorns now. So. Oh, he's bowled him, has he? Oh, now they're appealing for. Well, I thought he was bowled there. Now Scott
No, he's hit
Borthwick's
the pad.
Scott Borthwick's now saying, well, is that not LBW? What's it bounced off? Is it bounced off the? Oh, well, the keeper's appealing for an LBW. I think it bounced off the keeper.
Slip didn't go up.
No. Borthwick in again. Van der Hooten plays this to mid off for 1. He's kept the strike at the end of the over, hasn't he? Borthwick collects his glasses from the umpire.
There's a word.
And they have a little chat, and off he goes into the field. And
you go back to animate, did you? We go again.
I'll see you all after luncheon.
Thank you, Martin.
Strange that, wasn't it? There we are.
Borthwick seemed very convinced of things.
Yeah. Nobody else did.
240 for 8. 3 overs at least until lunch, because Travaskis is rattling through them. And Travaskis from the River Taff end. Well, Durham's bowling rate is going to be over 8. It's going to be certainly a green figure after lunch, I think.
I thought so.
Travaskis in to bowl, and Van der Hooten pushes forward, and there is no run.
Good partnership this, and it's been a, well, you might say if it remains fine, could be a match-saving partnership the way wickets have been falling.
Yes, I'll have to flick through the weather apps in the next over to see where we are in terms of the forecast. Silly Point is very close indeed as Van der Hooten props forward.
It's partnership.
Defends.
59.
59.
10 runs away from the batting point. Who would have thought that at 181 for 8?
That's a quicker one from Travaskis, but Van der Hooten defends. Steve West says hardly a bag full of bonus points. Lloyd could have paid a bit more attention to the weather forecast on Thursday morning, perhaps. Yes, Durham did bat in the best weather conditions, that's true. Travaskis bowls, Van der Hooten drives through the leg side, should pick up a couple of runs here, I think. Yes, they will turn, they might have to hurry back for the second. No, they're comfortably home as the throw comes in. From mid-wicket, 242 for 8. Van der Hooten has 25, Carlson has 92. I wonder how much of a hurry he might be to try and get to 3 figures before lunch, or whether he'll manage to put that in the back of his mind.
I'm sure he will, because A, he wants to get 100, and secondly, he doesn't want his side to lose one and possibly two quickly. I don't know what Podmore's credentials as a batsman are.
As Travaskis bowls and forward comes...
He's played some useful innings for Glamorgan, hasn't he, Van der Houten?
He has.
Often in adversity.
I think Podmore might be a little more likely to hang around than the previous incumbent of the Glamorgan number 11 slot.
Michael Gary Hogan?
Yes, Van der Houten props forward, and there's no run.
I spoke to him the other night. He was in a public house in Canterbury having some supper.
Yeah.
Yes. And asking about everybody and passing his regards on. He was having the match off as they rotate their 4 or 5 seamers.
Oh, he won't be happy with that.
Well, he likes to bowl, doesn't he?
Doesn't like being rotated. Podmore before this season. Where is he? So there's a list of all the first-class averages there. First-class career records.
He got 3.
Yeah, Podmore, batting average of 18 across his career.
I've seen worse.
Indeed.
Scott Borthwick to bowl his leg spin and his googlies, and a fresh guard taken by batsman Carlson. As this is short, too short, hammered away in the offside, up towards the cover boundary. They crossed for a single, and be happy with that. 244 for 8 Glamorgan, having recovered quite well, having lost Cooke in the second over this morning. He didn't add to his overnight score of 32. Douthwaite played a careless shot, was caught on the long leg boundary for 12. And Nisa going back, and perhaps he might have been better going forward, was pinned LBW and out for 1. And that next ball is left by Van der Houten.
I have news on the nutrition front. This is possibly the first time that we've had a home championship game without a chicken-based meal on any of the 4 days.
And what is the very important news after this ball? Now that ball is hammered away, too short. On this pitch, too short for a leg spinner. 4 runs. Glamorgan now are 247, just 3 runs away from a batting point.
Yeah, it's some sort of ham in a white sauce. Potatoes and
I've been invited
vegetables
by my daughter.
Assorted.
A Sunday lunch kept for me tonight. So it's going to be
very decent of her.
You wouldn't do that, would you? You wouldn't have 2 cooked meals in a day. You talk about your weight. You can't turn that down, Nick. The next ball is blocked. No. Can't turn it down.
Indeed.
As bloated as you may seem, or you may feel. Borthwick bowls that this pitch is not for leg spinners.
But they're usually quite keen on chicken-based dinners here, and we haven't had one in 4 days. It generally is the first time I can remember that, apart from the COVID seasons when we weren't being fed.
Where do you get that from, Wisden? In comes Borthwick and bowls again, and well, Van der Houten played with increased confidence. He's moved out 29. That's the end of the over. Carlson's on 93. 247 for 8. What's the good doctor on about that?
He's reminding us that the lunch interval is coming up.
Well, we know.
Yes. So don't take your chips out to the middle if you want to go and have a look at the pitch. That's the essence of his spiel over the PA, as well as plugging various other things, no doubt. 247 for 8. Glamorgan, can they survive until lunch and add another 3 runs?
Might get 2 overs if Travaskis whistles through and there's no runs.
It's possible. Travaskis from the River Taff end to Carlson on 93, which is where he stays as he defends that one on the leg side with the spin arm up in the air, as if he'd squeezed one through Carlson's defences. Travaskis soon back at it, and Carlson sweeps and misses. Ooh, that was an attempted slog sweep, which was a bit of a rush of blood there.
You got 2 men there too.
There's a short mid-wicket, and mid-wicket on the boundary as a backward square leg. That's a faster ball from Travaskis and defended by Carlson.
2 minutes to 1, Nick. 3 balls left.
Yeah, they'll run round, won't they? And Borthwick will try and squeeze in an extra over. if Carlson plays these defensively, as that is slightly off a leading edge from Carlson, but safely along the ground on the offside. Stretching forward, Carlson 93 not out. As in comes Travascus. Appeal for LBW as Carlson sweeps. Surely that was outside leg. As comes umpire Malander is unmoved, pitched outside leg. LBW as Carlson sweeps. Travascus bowls, Carlson back on his stumps, plays it through the gap on the offside, may pick up 4 runs here. He will pick up 4 runs as the cover fielder gives up the chase, and Carlson moves to 97 not out. This is the last ball of the over. No, that was the last ball of the over. The umpires will get to their places. Are they feeling peckish? Borthwick hands his cap to the umpire and says, let's get on with it, and we will get another over. What was it, 40.2 overs overnight? Well, certainly it's 28.4. So, yeah, it hasn't been spectacular, the over rate, because they had the faster bowlers on for most of the time. Oh, plus the bad light break.
First ball from Borthwick brings a defensive response from Van der Gooten, who will surely play out without attempting anything.
Yeah, we had to break for bad light, which lost 2 overs. So it's effectively 32 delivered by Durham in the morning session.
Here's Borthwick, comes in, tosses it up, driven quite confidently. Will it beat the fielder at mid-off? No, it won't. But they do cross for a single. And Carlson's on 97.
Yeah, the bonus point came up with that last blow as well.
Riches indeed. This partnership is worth 71.
Yep.
Scott Borthwick in, bowls to Carlson, goes off the back foot and punches it out into the covers, but really doesn't time it. 3 balls left before the interval. And Glamorgan will be grateful to these 2, certainly, because they could well have been batting by now, after those 3 wickets went rather quickly this morning. Borthwick in past umpire Langley, bowls, and that's a good looking shot there, and that's 4 runs, and that's his 100, Nick.
141 balls, and well batted Kiran Carlson. Lovely shot to get there through the offside as well, as Edward described. 141 deliveries, and that is
second in success.
Second in successive weeks. And a good share of boundaries, 12 fours and 1 6.
Thanks very much, Nick. So he got the 100 he wanted before lunch, as Borthwick with 2 balls left, bowls again. That's a lovely shot by, the previous one rather, by Carlson to get his 100, hammered it through the covers. So well played, Kiran Carlson. Certainly saved Glamorgan with Van der Gooten this morning for further ignominy, because they looked dead and buried, 181 for 8. 257 for 8, and still trailing, of course, by 214, as Scott Borthwick twirls it rather, to bowl this last ball before lunch at Tim Van der Gooten, who pushes forward. They walk off for lunch, and well played, these 2. Van der Gooten, excellent in his help to Carlson. Carlson 102. Glamorgan 257 for 8. And all being well, weather that is, we'll be back here in 40 minutes' time. In past umpire Langley, bowls, and that's a good looking shot there, and that's 4 runs, and that's his 100, Nick.
141 balls, and well batted Kiran Carlson. Lovely shot to get there through the offside as well, as Edward described.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games. around the country in the LV County Championship, which, like the game here at Sophia Gardens, are all in their final day. It's lunch at Taunton, where Somerset are 121 for 4, leading Lancashire by 8 runs. It is raining, though, in the West Country, but play will be resuming in about 20 minutes' time. It's lunch at home, where no play has been possible this morning, with Yorkshire still 138 for 3, still requiring 63 further runs to beat Sussex. Lunch at New Road has seen Worcestershire reach 51 for 4, still requiring a further 250 runs to beat Gloucestershire. At Lords, they've taken an early lunch because of rain, with Nottinghamshire still 158 for 6 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by 248 runs. Play will be resuming at HQ, though, at 1. And it's also lunch at Canterbury, where no play has been possible this morning in the game between Kent and Essex. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this season. That includes the game between England and New Zealand, when the two countries go head-to-head in the 50-over one-day international here on the 8th of September. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the matchday hospitality packages which are available for all games here this summer at Cardiff. That includes those in the T20 Blast and the 100. If you're looking for a score sheet, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the recently published 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And in addition to the usual selection of snacks, you can choose from a selection of pasties, toasty sandwiches, and jacket potatoes. There's also a wide range of beers and ciders thanks to our sponsors, Glamorgan Brewery and Thatcher's. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand, and items can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there's no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger together. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report any issue or concern strictly in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
Tony, you are alone. I was just checking, I just arrived at the cricket, I couldn't see no one about, so... Alright, it's nice and tight at the moment. As I say, I've only just been in the ground, it's been in 3 hits in the week and 214 behind, with 1 wicket left. Yeah, I'm wondering how they play this, whether they can force a fall again or will they have some sort of agreement to target and quite interesting what's going to happen. Well, quite bright at the moment, and I can't see no sign of rain for the day. I came, well, I got a book at 30 o'clock, I couldn't sit the city, and I asked it forward now. So I went to down the man garden, and she was forward now, so I got the next, around the boat, and she was laughing, and she was quite fine, and I thought, well, looked off of the spot, it was quite fine, I was saying, in the ground now. Well, the sun's going to come up to his west, so. No, it's not bad. What do you? Yeah, you come down the going over 11:05. You have to go 2:10. And the plan was to come back after that. So, but when I got out the ground after the day at 5 o'clock, it was raining quite hard. So I checked on the phone and we were off the trees. I said to me, just look straight. Well, what we done was, we went home and we went in the sports bar. And what direction we were? Well, I tried to watch it, he's too living Saturday, and the real Saturday, the good view of Saturday, he's still and he's too living. He won, he was absolutely mega, talking all the time, so I was talking to her, don't know what's happening, talking to her, and turned out, she knew loads of people that I knew, so, yeah, they were too, yeah, I think Britain and yeah, which is a good thing for us, really, because the Bali is one left long, so. Yeah, well, next year when Bali is enough, we'll watch the goal, you'll be sure that I like the Bali game, which will be good, because and in fact, when I arrived, they didn't tell you well, they have done, but remember, they were so crazy, you know, in the match. And you different stories, as you'll know, you'll be a fool. Maybe they go the way to the country and then down. They belong to Britain or everyone will probably win that. all pretty good out to the yeah, again, in fact, I'm off on the body next up, then off the new town, West Barry and whoever they played in the following day. I didn't know more rules by then yesterday, but it's all rules for playing. We got it in the rules to be fair to us, you have to new town and but the good thing was it's not outside the door, so whenever you take it. Yeah, you're good wing yesterday, isn't it? 5-1. Well, I didn't go because I watched match of the day, and I watched a good EFL this morning in the championship, and actually done that. No, 2021, isn't it? Yeah. All right, not didn't relax us up and nothing. Yeah. Yeah. But it's board captain. They say we could play both the ball and try and bowl it like that. We could not impose the ball on the 2 runs and then get more in the park. The 2 basic moves like we could say, say, well, say we bowl it up in the 10 cards of us. There'll be 50 odd overs there. We bat 4 or 5 overs, not a 2 runs. And they do 10 over, yeah. Yeah, we bowling now. It'd be intriguing to see who we're going to play. We've had a good partnership, 76. Yeah, first ball. Yeah, first ball, yeah. Okay, I'll catch you on the 11th of May, won't I? Okay, take care, Joe. Tell me.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online for the afternoon session of the final day of this LV County Championship match, Division 2, between Glamorgan and Durham. Durham's victory chances have faded somewhat in the last hour and a quarter after claiming 3 wickets in the first 45 minutes of the day.
And Kiran Carlson, and to resume the bowling for Durham at the river end, Ben Rain.
So Durham switching to their most successful bowler, Ben Rain. He has 4 for 58. Bryden Cars has 3 for 58. And 65 overs remain of this match for Durham to try to force victory. Otherwise, it'll be a battle for bonus points, and with little assistance from the pitch, Durham will do really well. They've bowled well so far, or Rain and Cars have bowled well in particular. And it'll be Ben Rain to open up after lunch from the River Taff end. The clouds are reasonably high at the moment, but there is a forecast of heavy showers in
who knows,
the next half hour or so. Edward Bevan alongside me, Nick Webb, as Rain is into bowl and Carlson blocks the first ball of the afternoon session. Yes, various forecasts. The Met Office suggesting that we might catch a shower and then that'll be it. The BBC suggesting there'll be thundery showers for much of the afternoon. So apparently it's raining in Aberdare, according to Paul Gower, and he says he'll try and send it down to us. That's about 20-25 miles north. Rain is in to bowl, and Carlson turns it on the leg side. We'll get runs here. He'll get 4 of them. It was hit fairly fine towards fine leg, and as ever, a fine leg is more or less on the 45. It's a short boundary towards the cricket school away to our left, and the fielder had no chance of cutting that one off. Glamorgan 261 for 8. They have 1 batting point. 300 is the next target. Durham have 2 bowling points to add to their 5 for batting and need 1 further wicket for the maximum haul. Rain bowls down leg side, and that one's gone away for runs, 4 byes this time. I don't think the fielder's going to be able to cut it off. And Ollie Robinson having a bit of a post-lunch moment there. It wasn't a great delivery, but probably should have stopped it at least.
Only 9 overs left before the new ball after this. Rather surprised, unless they're going to give the new ball to Coughlin and Cast, because you'd think they'd keep Rain for the new one.
Might be just a question of he's their best bowler, so get him on. Rain is in to bowl and Carlson defends. 265 for 8, 300 for the second batting point, just 1 wicket needed for the third bowling point.
He's not far off of a 100 partnership. They came together 181, it's now 265, and really is a saving partnership for Glamorgan. 206
is the deficit. I mean, if they were to get another 57 runs...
3-2-2 the follow on, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be game over effectively. Yeah. Rain is in, bowls a short ball. Carlson hooks but controls the shot down towards fine leg. A lesson to Dan Douthwaite in what he might have done earlier. Just
roll your wrists.
Went for a short ball and spooned it to backward square leg when he was trying to hit it out of the parish.
I don't think we should underestimate Tim van der Guten's contribution to this. It might be a match-saving partnership, because you'd have thought Glamorgan might have been battling in the second innings by now.
As Rain bowls, Van der Hoogten is forward, defending to mid-off, and there is no run. Van der Hoogten has 30, Carlson has 107. It's 266 for 8. And as well, of course, as valuable runs for Glamorgan, which has got them a point that looked unexpected. It's taking time out of the game, despite Durham bowling 2 spinners for a while. no Kuhneman because of a back problem, if you are just joining us. Stiff back, unable to take the field earlier. Matty Potts is still on fielding at point, so Kuhneman is still off, and that leaves Durham a little bit short on the front line bowlers.
It'll be Carse to continue. Coming up now and bowls the first ball of the over to Kiran Carlson, who pushes it away. What if Matty Potts now dies and injures himself? And the ECB will say, well, we told you not to play him and bowl him. Well, we didn't play him and bowl him, but he got caught doing 12th man. We didn't have another 12th man, so what do? They do make a rod sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, Ben McKinney was meant to be the other member of the Durham squad. He may well still be around. Yeah.
What's a bit of action. Here's Carse running away from us. Right arm over the wicket post. Pushed away in the offside. I think initially by Anders Carlson, but it goes straight to the fielder. Coghlan, tall young man, fielding there at cover. 266 for 8. Another hour of this, possibly. That's asking a lot, really. The tail enders, but if they do bat for another hour or so, any thoughts that Durham might have had of a surprise win would quickly diminish, I think. This Carlson comes in, bowled to Carlson. Carlson goes back and gets a ball and keeps rather low as he tries to flash it away backward of square on that offside.
They've called it a day in Canterbury. Didn't get much of a match there. Essex 451 for 5 declared. Kent 342 for 7. Crawley made nearly half of them, 170. Harmer 4 for 141.
A long ball.
Indeed.
Carse. And as he walks back, the sun comes out briefly. And the clouds are pretty high. Here he is, in, bowled, short, pushed away through the covers. And that'll be 4 runs. A lovely force-in shot through the offside by Carlson, who really timed that. It was just fractionally short. Back he went and hammered it through the covers for 4. Takes the score to 270 for 8. And Carlson on to Nelson, 1-1-1.
He's a sublime timer of the ball at his best, isn't he, Kiran Carlson? And let's hope he's back to the form of 2021 when he got around 900 runs.
Captain, the one day signed to the cup. Next ball is pitched on leg stump, turned around to one of 2 men down there, and it's fielded by the man at deep square leg. They go through for a single. He's off Nelson, 1-1-2. And 271 for 8, and the partnership is worth 90.
There's a rain delay in Worcester, where Gloucestershire declared on 226 for 4, setting Worcestershire 301 to win. Worcestershire have stumbled to 51 for 4. A couple more wickets for Tom Price, but rain has got them off at New Road.
In comes Carse, this time bowls to Van de Gooten, who drives, and it's gone off a thick edge down to third man for 4 runs. There is no third man, and for one side I probably agree.
Good heavens,
no need for a third man.
You're getting soft, Edward.
And it's not going to change the pattern of the game. So good over that for Glamorgan, a couple of boundaries, 275 for 8. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. I think that if Gloucestershire beat Worcestershire, they got them on the run there, 4 down. And Yorkshire, as they should do, should beat Sussex. I think that's delayed.
Yeah, that is delayed. Yorkshire needs 60 odd to win with 7 wickets in hand.
I think that it would only be Derbyshire and Glamorgan who would not have had a win in the first 3 games. That I may be wrong, but I think I'm right.
Glamorgan with a healthy draw in the first match, and
not so healthy.
a rather less healthy one this time if they get to the draw. Ben Rain will have other thoughts as he runs towards us and bowls, and Carlson again works one on his hip. This one is straight to the fielder. Bryden Carr's at fine leg, and they go through for a single, 276 for 8. Durham's over 8 is +3 on the board, as I suspected it might be. They bowled basically 30 overs in the morning session, and that was with several minutes of delay for bad light. Rain in to bowl, a short delivery that Van der Hoogten is up on top of, and plays down to short backward square. Carlson was initially thinking of a run, but then saw the fielder Coughlin coming in pretty quickly. The umpire, Tom Lungley, has taken himself off to deep point at the moment. Not quite sure why, because the fielder is several metres backward of square, and there's no bright sunshine in his eyes, that's for sure. Just hazy sun at the moment, as Van der Hoogten is forward, blocking up to mid-off, and there is no run. Division 1, they're off at Lords. Notts 158 for 6. Lead of 248, but any loss of time in that match. And looks like ending in a draw. Over the water at Taunton, Somerset battling to avoid defeat against Lancashire. As Rain bowls short ball, Van der Hoogten pulls it on the ground to short backward square, or backward square leg, close to where the umpire would normally be. Somerset are 130 for 4 in their second innings. That is a lead of just 17 over Lancashire. Just the 1 wicket so far, 1 for 28 for England's Jimmy Anderson, 2 for Tom Bailey. 276 for 8 here at Glamorgan. Deficit 195. Van der Hoogten 34, Carlson 113. It is the Netherlands international on strike, and Rain bowls, and Van der Hoogten is forward solidly, playing gently to mid-off. He said modestly the other day when I
heard him,
asked him about
I can't bat.
I enjoy batting, I'm just not very good at it. Well, it was rather modest for a man with several first-class half-centuries to his credit. But Durham have not bowled quite consistently enough to force home victory. Rain and Cars have been
I think the ball as well has gone
very dangerous. Another short ball, Van der Hoogten tries to hook it and doesn't make any contact. That was a rather uncontrolled shot from Van der Hoogten. Thankfully for him, he missed. Weather, well, we've got a bit of sunshine at the moment, patch of blue sky overhead, but some rather thick grey clouds drifting towards us.
Yes, it's all very pleasant at the moment.
At least the crowd here, the minimal crowd here, have had some entertainment for their devotion.
Yeah, they've seen a good fight back by this 9th wicket pair. Carlson 113, his second successive 100, and Van der Hoogten giving him excellent support on 34s. Cars comes in, bowls the first ball of the over to Carlson, who defends with one just keeping shade low and plays it out into the covers. Interesting now when that new over arrives, new ball arrives in 7 overs. You've got your 2 opening bowlers. I don't know. He'll give it probably to Coughlin and one of these 2, or take one of these 2 off now.
I think the theory is just that they'll try and get him out as quickly as possible, whatever ball they're bowling with. 2 wickets left, I suppose it's a fair enough.
Yeah, his cast again, bowls, and that's pulled, well controlled pull down to fine leg. It's fielded, and there's just the single. You see, he tried to bounce him, but the ball came up, and he had plenty of time just to roll his wrists and play it down. Whereas if it was a bit of more pace in this pitch, it would fly through.
Yeah, I suppose Durham might be thinking that if they save their best efforts for the new ball, then Glamorgan might be close to saving the follow-on by then, needing another 45 runs.
Another point.
So they're just bowling their most effective bowlers, whatever. 2 slips, a gully, shortish mid-wicket. It's back to a reasonably conventional field. We've had all sorts today.
halfway through this over, 61 overs left. As Carlson comes in, bowls to Van de Gooten, who plays a lovely shot off the back foot and goes straight into the boundary ropes at the far end.
Well, it tells you really, doesn't it, that how placid the pitch is getting, as did the pitch for the first game of the season. That's a 100 partnership between these two, 281 for 8, as it did in the first game of the season, where there was only a very brief Gloucestershire flurry of interest in pushing home for victory in the final innings. Glamorgan lost 3 early on, but Byram and Root comfortably batted out on that occasion.
In comes Carse looking for revenge, and bowls, this time is defended by Van de Gooten. And we saw this, of course, in the Durham innings, where Carse coming in at number 8 got 91. Travaskis, lower order, got 79. We're watching Van de Gooten move on to 38. Played some lovely shots because it's not got the pace you need for a quick wicket. There's no turn in it. You love to see the 4th day, but of course it's not a 4th day, if you know what I mean, because they missed a day's cricket and we've had interruptions. On the 3rd day we've had a slight interruption today.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of nibble with the new ball, isn't there? But apart from that,
of course.
Yeah, Rain got a little bit of movement, and Cars has bowled with great hostility despite the conditions.
Got a very conventional field now as he comes in and bowls to Van de Gooten, who plays another good looking shot. This time it's fielded, but as the fielder has to bend and fall, they take the advantage of running through for a single. 282, so 18 runs needed for what would have been, Nick, an hour or so ago, a surprise second batting point. I shouldn't say this, but Van de Gooten doesn't look in any trouble whatsoever at the moment. No Carlson, and that's cue for a wicket. Round the wicket he's deciding to go to try and attack Carlson, who was a short man, and there's a leg slip in attendance. In he comes, bowls, but it's hooked away and down to fine leg. Spotted it well. He could have guessed that was coming. Short ball on leg stump, pulled away for a single. Carlson's moved on to 115, 283 for 839 to Van de Gooten. And the partnership now is worth 102, end of the over.
Just a little bit too much short stuff at the moment. Just fractionally overdone. There's been a lot of leg side-ish bowling from Cars in particular today. Bit of grey sky approaching, which may send light levels dipping. I don't think it's quite as dark a cloud as the one that sent them off for a few minutes this morning. But time is ticking away on Durham's victory bid.
There's a committee meeting at the far end. 4, I suppose they're senior pros, or 3 senior pros and a bowler, and discussing what can we do to get another wicket, another 2 wickets, and try and get into Glamorgan's second innings. Well, Ben Rain is still bowling.
He is. He's into his 23rd over now, 4 for 64, so economy rate just under 3. It's been an excellent performance from Ben Rain, as he's in to bowl a short ball to Carlson, who tries to swat it and misses, and one of Carlson's less controlled shots there.
Well, Rain now has got a man. He's not sort of leg slip. He's a little bit squarer than that, if you like, a deep backward, a short leg, if you know what I mean. And this again is for the attempted pull, and you might glove it either to the keeper or to that man where I've just described. And there's also a fine leg, so obviously he's aiming there.
Rain in, bowls on off stump this time, and Carlson just patiently blocks it to mid-off. It's been excellent shot selection from Carlson by and large.
Well, it's been a good innings, isn't it?
Block the straight ones, hit anything off target, which may sound simple, but I'm sure it's not in the heat of battle, with your team under as much pressure as they were when they were 181 for 8 in the 50th over, and that was 3/4 of an hour into today, and Durham looked in
complete
in with a real shout, didn't they? Especially as the rain has stayed away so far. Here's Ben Rain into Carlson, bowls a short ball that Carlson pulls, but straight to mid-wicket, and it really isn't coming onto the bat. It's probably tennis ball bounce at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Cue Monty Python pitch. This pitch has expired. It's an X pitch.
Well done. I just saw a shiny bus going through. It was the Durham bus earlier, where they was going to fill up with diesel.
Don't tell me the bus driver's going home already.
No, it really is one of the top class buses you see that the football teams get ferried around in.
Here's Rain trying his luck from round the wicket, and Carlson defending.
The reason I said that, I wouldn't fancy Carlson or Rain thinking, oh, I got a 6-hour drive back after bowling these overs, been in the field all day.
Right.
And nearly every side now has got a coach. Glamorgan don't have one. They are rather expensive to hire, I'm told. Especially the new ones. Remember?
Here's Rain around the wicket to Carlson, who pulls a short delivery towards square leg and will pick up a single, 284 for 8. I think one of the problems is that players find it takes a long time to do the motorway miles in coaches, with the drivers obviously having to stop and rest, which is why Matthew Maynard at Somerset trained to be a coach driver, so he could do the relief work while the driver stuck his feet up for an hour, and they could still make progress.
Martin was saying that the coach stopped 3 times on the way down here for the driver. Well, you are talking about 350 miles.
Yeah, well, those are the laws, aren't they? And
yeah,
it's for everyone's protection in the long run, even though it's frustrating.
I went with the team a couple of times, or quite a number of times, but you know, you'd go from Newport. That was the sort of Parker Carver Hotel in Newport. But when you got back after all these stops, then drove home.
Rain around the wickets to Van der Hoogten, who defends back to the bowler. No run, end the over, 284 for 8. And 60 overs remain maximum in the day's play.
As I say, you get home probably a good deal later than had you come by car. I see in the far distance the ground staff.
They obviously think there's a shower in the offing.
Yeah.
If they're making their way towards the Hover cover, which thankfully has been functional in this match, unlike the first match where they had to make do with sheeting after it broke down on the first day.
Cast to start his 21st over, 3 for 74. Comes in, bowls the first ball to Carlson, and again he went back and had all the time in the world to just watch it come on to the bat. 4 overs and 5 balls left for the new one.
Yeah, they're going to be tired boys, aren't they, Carlson, Rain, by the time we get to the new ball.
They'll have another couple of overs each to bowl and then get tossed the new one. You would have thought, unless they've got other ideas, and Coghlan gets the new ball. But I would have thought these are the new ball bowlers, and bowling with just 4 or 5 overs left. In comes Carlson, bowls, and this is jabbed away in the offside. There's no run.
Well, Glamorgan able to introduce an element of serenity into their progress at the moment, after the alarms of last night when they slipped to 89 for 5 in the 25th over. Bit of a partnership between Cooke and Carlson last night, but Cooke went first thing this morning. Carlson again, the one to share in a calming partnership.
Cast to Carlson, in he comes, bowls, and he jabs it away down to third man. There'll be runs here. Whether it'll run away to the boundary, we shall see. And it's a long chase. I think it'll be dragged in just inside. Matthew Potts getting all the exercise he needs now to try and keep as fit as he can for possibly an England call-up. But they did manage to take 3 runs, take the score to 287 for 8.
Well, Glamorgan would have bitten your hand off if and said you'll get a couple of batting points at 181 for 8, but it's a possibility now. Got the one.
Like last year, this isn't it really?
Yes, it's rain affected as last year, as Martin is saying. As in comes Cast, bowls to Van der Gooten, who airily drives at that and throws his head in the air. I shouldn't have played that shot.
It was a loss of concentration, wasn't it?
Yeah, his feet were nowhere. And,
moves the feet. Moves the feet, Mr.
Long way from the ball.
But,
is this the Glamorgan Brains Trust walking, or is it the Durham Brains Trust?
Durham Brains Trust, isn't it? Too much hair for the Glamorgan Brains Trust. Shouldn't say that.
Walking around the boundary's edge, discussing tactics. 7 men now on a 7-2 field. He's tried everything, in fairness. Borthwick as he bowls. Pass well outside the off stump. Another fox shot from Van der Gooten. You might think that the game is safe, but hang on, there's 59 overs. You might be dry for the rest of the game. You never know what happens in cricket.
Yeah, it's a bonus point in view for both sides. 1 further wicket needed for Durham, 13 further runs for Glamorgan. I think the worst of that dark cloud is moving overhead now.
Here's Cast in bowls. This is where's that gone? Not very far.
Third man.
4 runs off the outside edge, and Cast is not a happy man, as you would have thought when you get, you've bowled your heart out and then you get a thick edge for 4. And Glamorgan now 9 runs away from that point, 291 for 5, and not only that, but creeping up to 322, which is the follow-on.
Yeah, thick edge from Van der Gooten, despite Durham having 7 on the offside there, a couple in the slips, so he manages to poke it between slips and gully, having gone for a couple of rather airy drives. 298, 1 for 8, as Liam Travaskis will come into the attack. Scott Borthwick is also loosening up, so just a couple of overs each maybe from the spinners before the new ball is taken, and you would have expected it to be, but there's not much rest for the quickies. Here's Travaskis starting a new over to Carlson, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Perhaps Glamorgan will have an eye on getting to that point before the new ball arrives.
I think I said yesterday. Were we on air yesterday? We were, yeah.
Yes.
Or was it this morning? That Spurs have got a shocking record at Newcastle. They're 2-0 down after about 4 minutes.
Travaskis bowls Carlson down the pitch, and it's caught and bowled. He's hammered that back to the bowler, and Durham do have their maximum bonus points from the game. Carlson has gone for 119, and Travaskis did well to hang on to that one.
I don't think he saw anything of it, do you?
It's a reflex catch.
He slammed at it, wasn't it? See the umpire jumping for T-life behind him.
That was one of those that, had he not got hands to it, you'd expect a little hole to appear in his chest, cartoon style. Excellent innings from Carlson. He has departed to give Travaskis his first wicket of the match. It's 291 for 9. And Glamorgan have to try and fiddle 9 runs out of their last pair, but looks as though they're going to have to follow on. You would have expected a further 31 needed to avoid that.
110 partnership, which was a record 9th wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Durham, having also tallied a record 7th wicket partnership in this innings.
As last man Harry Podmore comes down the pavilion steps. Yes, I suppose it's you must get quite a lot of records, being that it's what, about 30 years of first-class cricket in Durham, is it now?
Yeah, well, it was 31, isn't it now? Because it was 92, wasn't it? So it was the 30th anniversary last year.
But yes, you must get records more frequently than most counties, because there's been less cricket played in the first class game by Durham than most. The upstarts a mere 32 years, and Glamorgan what is it, 102 years now, the second youngest county. Who says cricket's resistant to change, eh? You can have a new county every 70 years, whether you need one or not. There might be another one in 40 years' time. Travaskis to last man Podmore then. 9 runs needed by Glamorgan. Durham have 8 bonus points from the match. They have a healthy over rate, so no danger of losing it as Podmore pushes forward and defends to Graham Clark at short leg. So for the number 11, there is a slip, a short leg, and a short cover on the drive. Travaskis tries around the wicket, and Podmore drives back past the bowler, and somehow it's gone through his hands, which was hit with about a quarter of the pace as the one that he caught. And they'll go through for a single. 292 for 9. Podmore off the mark with that. Listening to BBC Sport Online, Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle, myself Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales. And Travaskis is into Van der Hoogten, who pushes forward defensively. Be interesting to see who bowls the next over, because Van der Hoogten was beaten a couple of times by Cars. Travaskis bowls and steered away on the offside by Van der Hoogten. There is no run. 292 for 9. 77 overs bowled, 3 away from the new ball. Glamorgan need 8 for another bonus point. And one particular chunk of black cloud, I think, has passed us by, and we might get a little bit of blue sky for a few minutes.
Anyway, I was about to tell you that Newcastle were 2-0 up after 4 minutes against Spurs. It's now 3-0 after 8. And as I said, Spurs have got a shocking record on Tyneside. I remember that time when they got battered 7-0 just before Christmas one year. Oh, there's an umbrella up at the far end of the ground. There was a bit of rain in the radar over Pontypridd a little bit earlier on. Will Durham need a new ball here, or can they get this done in the next 3 overs? Carse is bowling to Podmore. Right arm over. It's defended. Yeah, this is looking like a enforce the follow on. Shake hands and a draw a little bit later on. Rain could well have a final say as well today. Sunderland, by the way, won at West Brom. They came from behind to win 2-1 quite late in the game and are 6th.
Congratulations.
So they are in the playoff places again. 292 for 9, Glamorgan. Carlson. That's off the pads and it's gone off towards backward square leg. A leg bye will be indicated. What's Carse done now? 3 for 81. Travaskis 1 for 37. I've retweeted the Travaskis caught and bowled. Have a look if you can. I mean, it doesn't half come back at him like an exocet.
Oh.
And the umpire as well. It's one of those where I don't think you would see it because it's coming straight back at you. You wouldn't see it till really late, would you? You know?
No. It was caught, just below throat high by Travaskis. It would have caused him serious harm if he'd missed it.
Yeah, terribly. In comes Carson bowls, played by Podmore out through the covers, and that will go for 4. That takes them to 297 for 9.
Yeah, well played by Van der Hoogten. It's looked pretty solid in this innings so far, apart from being dropped at leg slip, we think, by Leesoff Coughlin on 15.
William, the Durham scorer, says, by the way, we've only, quotes, lost 135 overs in this match today. 96 overs on day 2, 37 yesterday, and 2 today. You don't double count the 8 carried over from day 2 to day 3. This is played safely towards mid-on, no run there. If you think we had 104 overs yesterday, we only had 88 overs lost on day 2.
Okay, I'll take his word for it.
There'll be more in a few minutes anyway, by the looks of things.
Yeah, several umbrellas up at the River Taff end.
No Matt Kuhneman for Durham, with a stiff back, we were told. So Carse is bowling over number 21 here, and that's pulled hard by Van der Houten out through deep mid-wicket, and that's another batting point for Glamorgan as it goes for 4, and they move on to 301, so they have their second batting point.
And Van der Houten has a half century.
21 here, and that's pulled
93 balls. Excellent innings. And I believe 9 boundaries. If I can just refresh my screen. 9th boundary to get to his half century. There we are. Honour satisfied for Glamorgan. Only 21 to avoid the follow-on now.
It's his 6th half century. That's just played off to mid-wicket. It's got a little bit gloomy with that cloud just drifting in over us. And actually it's raining rather heavily now.
Tim van der Gouten's 50 came off 93 balls.
Rain showers forecast this afternoon, and it's just got a bit heavy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to last for long.
What I saw on the radar about half an hour ago coming our way.
Come down from Ponty, just down the A470. 301 for 9. We'll take a brief break here on BBC Sport Online and be back with you when there's any action.
I've got some news from the middle following the inspection by the umpires. Play will be resuming at 2:45, provided there is no further rain. Just bring you up to date with the scores from elsewhere. They're playing again at Taunton, where Somerset are 164 for 5, leading Lancashire by 51 runs. Still no play today at Hove, where Yorkshire are still waiting to score the 63 runs they need to defeat Sussex. It's now raining at New Road, with Worcestershire 51 for 4, still requiring 250 to beat Gloucestershire. It's raining at Lords as well, with Nottinghamshire yet to continue their second innings. They're still 158 for 6, leading Middlesex by 248 runs, and there'll be no play today at Canterbury. The game between Kent and Essex has been abandoned as a draw. With 8 overs having been lost to the daily allocation, the Glamorgan first innings resumes with the 2 not-out batters, Tim van der Gooten and Harry Podmore.
Welcome back to BBC Sport Online, where we're back on after 8 overs lost to that heavy shower. Glamorgan 301 for 9. They've got a second batting point to make it 4 for the match. Durham have 8 points for the match. Van der Hoogten 51 not out. Podmore is 1 not out. The star contributor of this Glamorgan innings, Kiran Carlson, 119 before he drilled a return catch to Liam Travaskis, who has got ball in hand and will try and finish this innings off. Podmore is on 1 not out, and he plays the first ball off the break gently back to the bowler. There is a short leg, there is a slip, a short cover and a short mid-wicket on the drive. As Travaskis bowls, and Podmore plays that one to mid-wicket. It's blocked by Jones and there's no run. Coughlin is winding at slip. We are 10 balls away from the new ball, if needed. 9 wickets down as Podmore pushes forward and gets a thick edge down towards third man, and they'll go through for a single. 302 for 9. Van der Hoogten 51 not out, shared a stand of 110 with Carlson, and all that after Durham had claimed 3 wickets in the first 3/4 of an hour of the day to give themselves a victory hope. 12 wickets required at that stage, but they didn't get one until after lunch afterwards, as Van der Hoogten pushes forward and defends on the offside. 20 runs needed to avoid the possibility of follow-on, which really will condemn the match to a draw. Travaskis whipping through his overs, Van der Hoogten forward defending, and there is no run. It's a leg slip now instead of the forward short leg, as Travaskis bowls from the river end. Van der Hoogten steps back and plays it through the offside. Will pick up a couple of runs. Not sure whether this will run towards the boundary. Should be hauled up just inside. Tapped back, and a bit of combined fielding. Umpire asking the question. 3 runs taken.
That, didn't it?
He's
dragging it back, but he was sliding across the rope. And
it did look that way, but fielders are never quite sure, are they? And without video replays, they're not going to admit it. So 3 to Van der Hoogten, who retains the strike. 305 for 9.
Well, they get another 17 runs here, and the follow-on's off anyway. But I think there's only one way this match is heading now. A repeat of last year. Mervyn says Travaskis always chips in with bat or ball or safe hands when it's most needed. A real gutsy and talented cricketer.
Through the offside, will pick up a couple of runs.
Not sure whether this will run towards that stunning catch earlier. I don't really think we saw it till the last second when Carlson blammed one back at him, and Neil Mallender, the umpire, trying to jump out the way as well. He saw it late, and I've had a tweet about that incident because I retweeted the video of it. Mike Linwood says, I believe Mallender wears a chest protector, shin pads and a reinforced hat. As Coughlin comes in here to bowl to Van der Hoogten, and that is played off towards mid-wicket. And he says, either way though, I'd be getting out of the way of that one as well. It's a much better idea.
Jeff Ace said, finely balanced match, presumably between Durham victory and the draw, but best to shake hands now. Thank you for your weather update, Kevin McGrath. It was tipping down in Ponty and was tipping down in Cardiff. Now it's not.
Coughlin in again. He bowls at short. It's pulled towards mid-wicket. Badly timed there.
It must be like bowling on a mattress at the moment.
Newcastle haven't scored for 24 minutes.
Disgraceful.
Massive goal drought going
Sack
on
the
at St
manager.
James's Park. It's 5-0 at half-time.
Sack the manager.
Yeah. All this talk of Europe, and they haven't scored in 24 minutes. West Ham are winning 3-0 at Bournemouth. 305 for 9. Coughlin in. This is played off towards mid-wicket, no run.
Steve West, another magnificent rearguard partnership to save the tears. Well, there would have been tears or something if Glamorgan were to lose this game, given the amount of time that we've lost. 135 before today, plus an extra 10 today. So it's roughly a day and a half, isn't it?
Coghlan in, driven to Borthwick at mid-on. Now that's the end of the innings. Will they enforce the follow-on? They trail by 166. That all happened in slow motion, didn't it? Van der Hooten's gone. Coghlan in.
Yeah, solid innings of 54. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there. Looked as though he was minded to hit over the top, but then pulled out halfway through and chipped the catch. So the follow-on is a possibility. 47.2 overs on the board. Take off 2 for the change of innings, so it'll be 45 remaining for Durham to dismiss Glamorgan for a second time, with a lead of 166 on first innings.
Podmore not out, 2.
So there we are. The good doctor will no doubt go through the bowling figures, so we'll have a brief break and be back with you in just over 5 for what we presume will be the Glamorgan second innings.
The follow-on has been enforced, and for those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the details of the Glamorgan first innings in just a moment. So Glamorgan all out for 305 in 79.4 overs. And for those of you who keep an eye on the bonus points, because of the change in the bonus point regulation, Glamorgan acquired 2 bonus points for having reached 250 and 300. Harry Podmore was 2 not out, and in the total there were 28 extras, comprising 14 byes, 10 leg byes, 2 wides, and 2 no balls. Here are the Durham bowling figures. Ben Rain, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 65. Paul Coghlan, 15.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 63. Brighton Cast, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 89. Matt Kuhneman, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 10. Liam Travaskis, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. And Scott Borthwick, 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 13. the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, David Lloyd and Eddie Byram, and to open the bowling for Durham at the River End, Ben Ray.
So welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the second part of the afternoon session. Here on the final day, Glamorgan following on 166 runs behind, so they fell 17 short of avoiding the follow-on, so a bit of work for Glamorgan to do. Durham's over rate is +2, so they have little to worry about there. And it is the excellent Ben Rain who really has bowled well in this match, who will open up proceedings again in the second innings. Shouldn't be too weary because there have been quite a few stops and starts, and Rain bowling to David Lloyd, who blocks the first ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Lloyd made 31 in the first innings before being the victim of a somewhat debatable leg before decision. Rain, the successful bowler. Eddie Byram was leg before first ball. Not hugely debatable decision.
Oh, king, isn't he? King pair.
He is. The scoreboard has him facing for some reason, but he isn't. As David Lloyd, the right-hander, is on strike, and Rain bowls, and Lloyd pushes that one through mid-wicket. There was a vain dive from Matty Potts, and Rain looks absolutely furious with life in general. That was uppish, I think, from Lloyd. Potts flung himself full length, but didn't get a hand on it. Ran away for 4. 4 to Lloyd, despite what the scoreboard says. Hope that's reversed. It is the right-handed Lloyd on strike and the left-handed Byram at the non-striker's end. As Rain bowls, and Lloyd drives it back past him. That's a better shot, and that's run away for 4 more up towards the River Taff end. Glamorgan 8 without loss, and well, David Lloyd seems very much to relish this aggressive role. So twice cheaply in the first match, but certainly not letting that change his approach.
No, he's always been an attacking player, and when he's in form, he is a joy to watch. And if that's the way he plays, please don't change him, because mustn't forget he got the 100 here opening the batting last year against Derbyshire, and it's only a matter of time. But he was going quite well in his first innings, Nick, was he on 31 when he got that contentious decision of leg before.
Ben Rain then, bowling with 2 slips, a relatively conventional field compared to some we've seen today. Into bowl to Lloyd, who gets one off a thick edge down towards third man. Will pick up a couple of runs. I don't think that'll go all the way, with the rain having slowed the outfield slightly, and they take 2, and Lloyd is in double figures. 10 without loss.
Yes, unless there are any real alarms, we'll probably be shaking hands here at 10 to 5. If
might have to be 5 o'clock. Yeah, it depends if Glamorgan are in the lead or not, and
make an agreement.
How keen Scott Borthwick is to
have a 6-hour drive. Well, not a drive,
to hit the road. A little bit of faint sunshine as Lloyd is driving that one to cover, and there's no run. Sunglasses glinting on the back of slip fielder Michael Jones, and he looks to the heavens. Where's the sunshine coming from? I might need to put my sunglasses on the front of my head rather than the back in a moment, but not quite yet.
Scoreboard still showing Byram at 8 on 8, which is not.
No, I think it's starting to reverse itself. It's 10 for naught, and Lloyd has all 10. As that is beating the outside edge of Lloyd's bat, squaring him up, and just a little bit of movement from Ben Rain, who is really making the most of British conditions with little help from the pitch, but got a bit of movement there. 10 for naught.
Yes, it's good delivery. And
the board and the graphics have got themselves sorted out.
Yeah. And
So
Byram, whatever,
yes,
you know, he started well in the first game, an 80 and a 40 not out, but he knows more than anybody that he's on a king pair. King pair, of course, is getting out first ball in both innings. We have to mention it. And it's in the back of his mind, and it'll be Coghlan to bowl to him. And he's bowling from this end, running away from us from the Cathedral Road end in sunshine, as those nasty clouds have moved away from us out over the city. Coghlan to bowl to Eddie Byram. In he comes, left-handed. Byram is beaten as he was in two minds whether to push or prod, and in the end he just slowly went forward and it beat him.
Yes, well, at least it's not a king pair now. There is a bit of dark cloud that might be heading for us, although some of it might pass to the south over the city.
There's a big gap, and if he just pushes for one, mid-off is deep and rather square. As in comes Coghlan, bowls to Byron. Byron leaves this time authentically outside the off stump as it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
I presume tea is at the 3:40 fixed time today.
Do not presume.
All right, I'll guess that it's at the fixed time of 3:40.
Yeah.
Been a stop-start afternoon with a break between innings and the rain break.
In comes Coghlan, bowls to Byron. Byron plays it gently away into the offside. There's no run.
He's got bat on ball. That's one thing. First time in this match.
Have they sent an alert to your iPad?
Hmm?
Have they sent an alert to your iPad?
No, the alert's passed, hasn't it?
Well, they keep coming in waves. That's the third lot of them I've just heard now.
All right.
Coghlan turns, comes back to his mark, and bowls, and this time it's a good looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs. So he's off the dreaded pair with a nice looking shot out to the mid-wicket boundary, and he's on his way. He's 4 not out, and Glamorgan 14 without loss with any trouble. If you've just come in, I can tell you that they failed to beat that follow-on target of 3-2-1. They were eventually all out for 305, and they are batting again, and at the moment, after this over, there'll be 43 overs left in the game. Make of that what you will. As Coghlan comes in, bowls to Byron. Byron turns that away down towards fine leg, and they're not running particularly well. They just jog that, where had they set off they would have easily got a second. But anyhow, there's one ball remaining of this over. 15 without loss, and just to tell you that next Thursday Glamorgan will be away at Grace Road. They do have some name which I can't remember in front of it, but Grace Road it'll always be to me, and it'll always be the original name of Durham, which is do you know what the original name of the Durham ground is, Nick?
What, Riverside?
Riverside.
Yes.
Well, if it's called that now, I don't know. Coghlan bowls. Nice looking shot, but straight to mid-on.
So officially Riverside, has it got a sponsor, Martin?
Well, it's got a sponsor.
It's got a sponsor.
There we are. And
It's still Riverside in its title.
Okay.
yeah, as is Grace Road in the title. End of the over, and I think it's Derbyshire home you've got, isn't it, Martin?
Yep.
Derbyshire home,
Thursday, 11 o'clock.
weather permitting.
15 for naught Glamorgan. Trail by 151. Sunshine, dark cloud. I think the worst is just going to drift over Cardiff city centre to our right. So Ben Rain to continue his sterling efforts in this match. Be bowling to Byram now for the first time on 5 not out. There are 3 slips for the right arm bowler, the left hand batsman, and Rain bowls, and Byram.
He does a lot of that.
Yes, leaves at the last minute, possibly, if we're being charitable.
I call it the Mark Benson leave. He used to play one game for England, play for Kent, and then first class umpire. And he would always play, and everybody thought that he'd played and missed, but he hadn't. After the ball had fracturally beaten the blade, he'd play a walk-in shot. The crowd would gasp.
Due to start at 3:30 at Lord's, but I think they might have run out of time there, as Byram plays this one on the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire 158 for 6 in their second innings, lead by 248, so that might have been an interesting contest had they played the whole day. They're still off at New Road, Worcester, where Worcestershire are 51 for 4, chasing 301 to win. Frustratingly for the Yorkies, they're still off at Hove, where Yorkshire 138 for 3, needing 60 odd to win there against Sussex. Ben Rain into bowl. Byram defends it back up
and
the
all
pitch.
The other second division clubs will be hoping it stays like that for the rest of the afternoon.
Kent and Essex was scrapped earlier at Canterbury. So the only other game where they're playing at the moment is at Taunton, where Somerset are 181 for 6 in their second innings in Division 1, and that is a lead of a mere 68 over Lancashire. So the Red Rose County still maintaining some keen interest in winning that one, as Byram defends that one down into the slips, and there's no run. 15 for naught, Glamorgan, having been bowled out for 305 in their first innings, in reply to Durham's 471 for 9 declared.
Yes, Ben Rain, you would call him as a typical county cricketer, works hard, very good. Not quite, obviously, test class, but you'd have him in your side any day.
Rain bowls, Byram slashes it backward of square on the offside, hasn't quite timed it, but I think it's running away for 4 down to backward point anyway. And Byram moves to 9 and Glamorgan to 19 without loss. Yes, Rain really has been a thorn in Glamorgan's flesh. Last year averaged 26 with the bat and 25 with the ball, which is a mark of a successful all-rounder if the bowling average is lower than the batting average. Rain bowls, strikes Byram on the pad, out. Eddie Byram falls cheaply for the second time in the match, and Durham have got the early breakthrough they needed. Glamorgan at the end of the third over are 19 for 1.
And I think that's something that Eddie Byram will have to try and get out of. He walked across exactly as he did in the first innings. He tried to push it away on the onside. Can't at the moment show he reported it is right in front. So
No, Coughlin got him LB to W the first innings, but the same fault on the part of the batter, having been one of Glamorgan's best performers in the first match against Gloucestershire with 81 and 36 not out. And, well, Durham need 9 wickets with 42 overs to get them in.
New batsman would be Marnus Labuschagne. And he, by his high standards, failed. He'd say he'd failed. He only made 17. And I want to get stuck in.
It's a shame, isn't it, that the world's best test batsman is being watched by an audience probably of dozens rather than hundreds, even after the rain delays and the weather problems we've had in this match. But he's still got a job to do. 9 wickets is not impossible in 42 overs.
No. And once you get the thought in your mind...
Yes, a bit of scoreboard pressure. Possibility, of course, that Glamorgan will get into the lead, which will complicate things further if they do, and need another 2 overs off. But they'll want to hang on to tea with these pair together. 28 minutes away.
Coughlin then started, and I think Labuschagne as we have known he has done in the past, pulled away.
Well, it's not up to him, is it? It's the non-striker's end. I think it's David Lloyd still maybe saying that the fielders were being adjusted still and had to wait.
But patting in the crease as in comes Coughlin. Bowls to Labuschagne. Oh, drives in the air. Oh, it wasn't far off a catch there. It went over the top of mid-on and...
Did he
bounce off his hand?
Yeah, it's a drop chance for David Lloyd, who moves up to 12 with a couple of runs there. Lloyd launching himself into the drive, and it was Borthwick, the skipper, got a left hand to it at short mid-on.
Playing a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Coughlin's in and bowls. And Lloyd pulls down to fine leg, and he is going to get 4 runs. How square is fine leg? I know I've been banging on, but
that was off the leg. That one leg by signalled by.
Why are they so? And bowls. Lloyd pulls down to fine leg. It's not only this game. 25 for 1. Now they trail 4 runs by 141.
Well, it's probably one fielder trying to do 2 jobs, isn't it? A fine leg and square leg, because there isn't a square leg. Hence, he's halfway between the 2 positions.
Devil hand. Lloyd waits. In comes Colligan and bowls to him. This is driven. A nice looking shot. This will come up towards the boundary. It's a long chase. It's slowing up. I don't think it's going to get there. They've run 1, they've run 2, they've run 3, and they'll settle for 3 as that ball visibly slowed down the heavy shower that we had about a quarter of an hour ago.
Yeah, that would probably have been 4 earlier in the day. But again, it wasn't quite under control from David Lloyd, was it? As he went for that on drive. It's a little bit aerial. Nowhere near the fielder on this occasion, but brings Marnus Labuschagne onto strike for the first time.
Yes, you've got to be careful here that you're not driving without due care and attention, as they say, because if you try and drive on this slowish pitch, you will hit the ball in the air. Hence the men on the drive already on both sides. In comes Coughlin, bowls to Labuschagne, who plays it away up towards mid-on, and it's no run. Brisk start, even though they've lost a wicket. 28 in the 4th over for the loss of Byron. And I think he might want to get into the nets, have a chat with the batting coach, and try and work out this shuffling across.
Yeah, it's only 1 match, isn't it? He got plenty of runs in the first one.
Yeah. Coughlin bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump, goes through, no run.
Labuschagne's starting to develop the flashing leave again, which we didn't really see in the first innings. There's a big flourish of the bat.
Last year he was coming down as he was chopping somebody's head off with the bat.
28 for 1. 138 runs behind, and we've avoided the government alarms.
There's a nice looking shot, but straight to mid-wicket from Labuschagne. That completes the over, and Glamorgan, who are following on, they were 166 behind. If the deficit now is 138, because Glamorgan are 28 for 1. Lloyd is on 50, and Labuschagne yet to score. And Eddie Byram didn't bag a pair, but he did only get 9 before he was LBW to a hard-working Ben Rain.
So it will be rain to continue. The rain having relatively stayed away, just the one heavy shower which lasted about 20 minutes or so. The worst of the cloud looks to have passed us by, fortunately, for the time being, and Durham have 41 overs to complete their business, as Ben Rain is into bowl to Lloyd, who's hit on the pad as he tries to work it on the leg side, and mid-wicket comes absolutely belting in Matty Potts, the substitute fielder, as if he was trying to...
Just glad to get on the field,
yes, trying to run out a vital wicket in a one-day game, but no one really had moved, David Lloyd or Marnus Labuschagne. Potts clearly enjoying himself despite being 12thers Lloyd works that one through mid-wicket, or through square leg actually, and there is a square leg lurking away to our left on the boundary.
Had an email during the interval.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing, do you remember, Nick, about these one-day franchises and what do you call it? And this gentleman said, I couldn't agree more with you. If they don't want to play for their county, tell them, well, I won't tell him what exactly it was, to go away and leave the county game be. Which, you see people like Banton and these people, we haven't seen them this year, in county cricket. So they might as well make a career of one-day cricket, earn their money. If you don't want to play red ball cricket, don't bother. There's plenty of people who do.
Yeah, that means you might miss out on some of the big names now and again, if that is the case. But it looks to be increasingly the case with the circuit of franchise cricket and the Indian team owners buying up franchises in South Africa, etc.
Sickening, isn't it?
Ben Rain is in to bowl. Labuschagne down the pitch and plays.
Look at this field, Nick.
To mid-on. Labuschagne's in danger of a run-out if he comes that far down the wicket.
There's a silly mid-off, a man on the drive, which is a silly drive, if you know what I mean. He's crossing over now to the other side. Both wickets at it again.
Oh no, just the one on the drive on the leg side, one on the offside. Plus the 3 slips.
Man out in deep mid-wicket. It's changed every ball here. Looking to unsettle Labuschagne.
As Rain will come in and bowl to Labuschagne, who's working that one through mid-wicket, and they'll just go through for a quick single. No matter how good a performer you are, you're welcome to get one off the mark. 30 for 1 Glamorgan. Bringing Lloyd back onto strike, and once more there are field changes, and I suppose Durham have got the time to play with. +2 on the scoreboard in terms of over 8, so they might as well try and unsettle the batters. As for Lloyd, the short cover retreats as just the short mid-wicket on the and short mid-on, as Lloyd is forward playing to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips, 2 catches on the drive on the leg side. What else we got? A conventional mid-on, slightly deep, backward square leg on the boundary, mid-off point and cover. 30 for 1. Glamorgan, last ball of the 5th over coming up. Rain is in to bowl to Lloyd, who plays that one to point, where it's fielded by Clark. There is no run, and 5 overs are through. 40 overs of the match potentially available to Durham to claim 9 wickets.
4 LBWs in to Rain and during the game. 3 in the first innings, 1 in the second, which tells you that he's a clever bowler, and with a new ball he's struck, which says that he's making the most of that new ball. Get a little bit of movement, a little bit of seam movement, probably a little bit of movement off the pitch as well. And just echo those remarks I said. He is a very, very talented cricketer. Coughlin to start a new over to Labuschagne, bowls to him. Labuschagne gets behind it and plays it out to the man on the drive.
Yeah, Matty Potts though is fielding as though his life depends on it, isn't he?
Yeah. Wants to get into the game. He's not allowed to bowl or bat.
He's bouncing around like an excited teenager in his first team time on the pitch.
He is. Memo to England selectors tonight. Matty Potts has pulled a hamstring. Fielding a 12th man. No. This is again defended on the onside by Labuschagne, and there's no run. It is taking a little bit of a risk though, isn't it? If you put a man out there for most of these fielding.
You could get injured falling down the stairs, couldn't you?
But
got to do a bit of exercise.
I wonder if they've had to phone the selectors and say, is it all right if he feels 12? I suppose they have to. Here's Coughlin, bowls outside the leg stump, and it's taken wide in front of first slips boots by wicketkeeper Robinson. very quiet. Nothing much happening here. 39.5 overs to go. Tea at 20 to 4.
Yeah, Durham would look for another couple of wickets really to keep themselves interested and in the chase going into the final session.
Coughlin to the right-handed Labuschagne bowls when he drives pleasantly, but Tumblin stopped by rain at mid-off. I often wonder, Rain now's got a sun hat on. The two umpires have got sun hats on, wide brimmed. I wonder why.
Well, the umpires aren't going to run around too much, so they're not going to fall off very often, and it gives you protection on the back of the neck, doesn't it, for any unexpected outbreaks of sunshine. I'm not sure about the fielders, though.
Nothing like a good cap. Coughlin bowls, and it's clipped away up towards mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4, perfectly timed, up to the longer of the two boundaries. Wristy shot by Labuschagne gets him his first boundary. More to 34 for 1. Drifting down that side, and half volley land. No chance there for the fielder.
Yeah, in terms of fielders wearing sun hats, unless it's absolutely scorching, it's just more of a distraction than anything I found when I used to wear one occasionally. As they always blow off when you chase the ball, so that's a distraction.
Like a good cap.
Indeed.
Glamorgan are going at 5.83 at the moment. As Coughlin comes in, bowls again to Labuschagne. Caught in the backward point. Wide ball, didn't have to play it, went for it and guided it more than anything. He won't be happy with that shot at all. And it's 34 for 2. And I suppose you can say that was a needless dismissal.
Yeah, it's a ball that Labuschagne thought he ought to be hitting, and really carved it off the outside half of the bat to Alex Lees, who took a good low catch just down to his left, and Labuschagne stares down at his bat as if it's let him down. So not a great start to the UK season for Marnus Labuschagne. He's gone for 17 and 5 in this game, and Durham do have a second wicket before tea. Last ball of the 6th over.
And they have a sniff.
Yep.
You've seen this happen before. And again, it looks as if it'll be up to the likes of Northeast, Carlson, Root and Cooke. Because there's quite a lot of cricket left in this game.
39 overs for Durham to take 8 wickets. Surely that would be too much to ask for, as Labuschagne disappears reluctantly, and Sam Northeast comes down the steps.
It was a wide half volley, and he just got the, well, it's more than the toe end of it, but it went backward of square.
It was sliced, wasn't it?
Yeah. The last ball of the over.
For Glamorgan is Sam Northeast.
So Sam Northeast, who also hasn't really got going this season, is coming in. He was out in the first innings when he had a short ball and pulled it, and there was an athletic one-handed catch at mid-wicket by Clark, and he contributed. What did he contribute?
Just
Not many.
8.
8.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll bring cars on quickly to have a blast at him, since the short stuff seemed to unsettle him slightly in the first innings. So 39 overs remain. Glamorgan 34 for 2. 8 wickets required by Durham. Labuschagne and Byram already back in the sheds, as Durham yet again changing fielders round, bringing in another gully and a man at short mid-on. David Lloyd, who has dropped on 10, difficult chance, the left-hander Borthwick on the drive, and Lloyd tries to cut that ball, but it wasn't quite wide enough, and he chopped it down into the ground to Clark at point. No run. BBC Sport Online, Edward Bevan, myself, Nick Webb, and Martin Emerson, who will be back with us in due course. Nick Webb 2017, if you want to contact me via Twitter. Marty Cricket is Mr. Emerson. And Durham having a real go, trying to make the most of a slim victory chance, as Lloyd is forward defending, back to the bowler, who tries to flick it towards the stumps, just flicks it towards the non-striker northeast.
Then it must be said that they have outplayed Glamorgan in this contest, and if they don't win the game because of lack of time, they'll feel aggrieved, because they certainly have outplayed some excellent cricket, both bat and ball.
Yeah, roughly a day and a half lost to the elements. And Durham pressing into this penultimate session as Lloyd defends on the leg side. No run. Potts comes racing in again. Good for him. So looks as though we're being fortunate weather-wise, really. Just lost a couple of overs to bad light in the morning session and 8 overs in this afternoon session to the weather. But it's looking kindly on Durham's efforts by and large, as Rain into bowl, Lloyd forward, pushing out towards cover. Clark Fields, no run. Well, returned via the offside field. Rain, first innings, 23 overs, 4 for 65. Cast 22 overs, 3 for 89. The most dangerous of the Durham attack. Matthew Kuhneman has not appeared on the field today, and Durham therefore without another frontline weapon, as Rain in bowls a short ball. Lloyd hooks but controls it well along the ground to square leg for a single.
There have been times, of course, in the past when players who have played so well and got big scores and they're out towards the end of the innings, and if they follow on, they go in to open the innings. I'm thinking of Van der Gooten and Carlson again. But this hasn't happened.
Van der Gooten's been pressed into service as night watchman often enough, so I suppose the top order batters wanted to give themselves another chance, but Byram and Labuschagne going cheaply for the second time in the match, and Northeast on strike, yet to score. Rain bowls and Northeast gets one that goes down leg side and he can't make contact with it. It's the end of the over. 38 remain in the game. A
tricky time this for Glamorgan, because they know that they don't want to lose any wickets, so that could easily cause some panic. You know, we're talking about 30 odd for 3, 40 for 4, something like that, and you can't expect the same people to dig you out of trouble again. So they just got to play carefully and watchfully and concentrate fully.
Yeah, well, they lost 3 wickets early on in the last final day, didn't they, against Gloucestershire? They were 38 for 3, having been set an impossible victory target. But on that occasion, it was Byram and Root who batted it out. But Byram is already out.
Coghlan to continue. I mean, dismissed Labuschagne, the last ball of his third over. He comes in now and bowls, and Lloyd flicks that way, or might have hit the pad. Anyway, they go through for a run, and umpire Marlander taps his knee twice and tells us it's a leg bye.
Steve West, striker contributor, can Glamorgan snatch a loss from a nailed-on draw?
It has happened in the past. 36 for 2 then. Glamorgan in their second innings, and it's all blue skies around us, especially to the extreme left. Beautiful. Paul Coghlan, having had one of the 2 wickets, bowls to Northeast, who drives past mid-on. Nice looking shot, and that's going to come up here towards the boundary. That will be 4, just trickles over the line. Half volley, drifting down leg side, and dealt with by the batsman. So Northeast off the mark with 4. Glamorgan moved on to 40 for 2.
Yeah, it really only takes one partnership for Glamorgan to
20 overs.
Finish off Durham's hopes, doesn't it? But they've got to find it from somewhere. It's still got to be done, and the bowlers have got their tails up.
Coghlan again runs away from us, and bowls again, and hits him on the pad, and not out there. The man at mid-on I thought he was going to strangle himself, then he just lay back and appealed to the umpire. But obviously it was going down. There it is.
Northeast was coming forward, wasn't he?
They're imploring it, but you can see it was drifting down. Not out.
Yeah, A for drama for Matthew Potts.
Next ball, pushed away on the offside. There's no run. And, when you are desperately want wickets and try and grab an unexpected win, you do appeal for anything.
Oh yes.
It can be done, of course, for excessive appealing, but nothing approaching that.
No, just annoys the umpire, means he's less likely to give the next one in some cases, I guess.
Coughlin walks briskly back to his mark as he prepares to come in for the next ball. He's gone, is he? Caught? Yes.
Caught at short point.
Caught at short point, brought in forward. Now Glamorgan are in trouble at 40 for 3. He just pushed forward and nobody, not even out there, thought there was anything happening for the next ball. Oh, that did lift off a seam, hit the top of the bat, and it was a nasty delivery. And Glamorgan, as I say, are in deep trouble here at 40 for 3.
Sam Northeast was caught by Graham Clark off the bowling of Paul Coughlin for 4.
Yeah, reared up, didn't it? Lobbed up, and Clark just had to stoop forward to take it. Just thought maybe that Northeast might have taken the hand off the bat with a little bit of pain from that injured finger he's got, but it was a good delivery. Yeah, got up off more or less a length. 3 wickets down by T. Well, Durham are in the hunt as Kiran Carlson, the first innings hero, will have to try and do it all again.
Yeah, and that's the only ball we've really seen spitting from a length.
Glamorgan is Kiran Carlson.
So are we going to have drama on this final afternoon as David Lloyd walks briskly to meet his partner? I think in defence of Northeast there's nothing much he could have done then.
It was a difficult ball, as you say.
Yeah.
But 37.1 overs remaining. Possibly 2 more until the tea interval, and Durham in with a sniff.
Well, I think more than Smith, but there's 1 ball left. There's only 8 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, 3 down.
And you've got 4 times as much, 5 times as much overs to be then bowled. So Glamorgan are in trouble here as Coughlin Potts comes in and bowls. And that's played defensively by Carlson. End of the over. Coughlin has picked up 2 wickets in successive overs. 40 for 3s. So much depends on this pair. And Chris Cooke to come. Lloyd on 17. Carlson just faced the 1 ball. This could be, as it's a seamer bowling, he does get through his over quickly. Could be the last over before tea.
Yeah, Coughlin first innings was not as consistent as the other seamers. He took the first and last wickets to fall in that innings, but he certainly started better this time round, claiming the wickets of Labuschagne, Court Gully and Northeast as Lloyd plays that through leg side and goes through for a single off the first ball of Rain's over. 41 for 3 Glamorgan, 125 runs in arrears, and who knows whether that figure will come into consideration as well if Glamorgan can sneak into the lead, and that takes 2 overs off, and
it's a long way away now.
It is. Durham with their tails up.
If they do lose this game, it'll be a game to forget, because everything has gone wrong since that coin came down just before 11 o'clock, 10:30 rather, on the first day.
As Rain is in bowl, short ball, Carlson controls his pull shot down to backward square for a single. Stephen Hedges tweets, Glamorgan need to keep calm and play cricket, and he is listening at Walt Disney World. Good heavens.
Is that Paris?
That's I think it's, well, if he's got his Twitter handle right, it's the Florida one.
Florida, yeah.
The sun's out anyway. 42 for 3. Welcome along wherever you're listening or watching. As Rain has got plenty of close catches as Lloyd drives to short mid-on and there's no run. So mid-on is close. Mid-wicket is close, so is cover. Plus the 2 slips and a gully. 6 players in catching positions to try and put the pressure on the Glamorgan captain, who's out cheaply twice in the first match, 31 in the first innings. Needs to hang around for his team as Rain is in bowls, and Lloyd will play that one down towards square leg. Single taken.
Might get another over.
15:38 on the board. 2 balls left. Yeah, Durham will want to run round and keep the pressure on. Light's okay. Bit of blue sky heading our way, it would seem. We've got more cricket than some of the forecasts would have had you believe, as Rain is into bowl and Carlson defends on the off side. And there's no run, and Rain is running back to his mark now to try and bowl this last ball. If the batters had any sense, they'd have a little mid-wicket chat, but not quite so cynical. Carlson takes his guard again and scratches away and surveys the scenery in the hope that the time will reach 15:40. And Rain is in, and Carlson drives down the ground. That'll be 4 runs, I think. It's being pursued by cars, but not that enthusiastically. 4 runs are signalled. The Durham fielders run round. 15:39 on the clock. Rain is in, and Glamorgan 47 for 3.
And have to get into position, and I think they'll be happy to have another over.
The umpires are there just as the clock changed to 3:40, so nice job from the Durham fielders there.
North East sports followers will be thrilled and happy today because Sunderland have won. They've beaten West Brom 2-1 as Coughlin starts another over and forces the batsman Lloyd on the back foot. And Tottenham are running riot against Newcastle are running riot against Tottenham. It's 6-1, so Martin tells us.
Yes, that might be a different set of people in the North East who are enthused by those 2 results. There'd be very few people who are enthused by both.
Here's the next ball, and it's pushed forward, back down the pitch. I don't know what happened to Tottenham. Wrexham are giving them a good game these days.
West Ham are 4-0 up at Bournemouth
yeah.
in the other match. And the women's rugby, France beating Wales 17-0.
Oh.
That's about 25 minutes in. Difficult game in Grenoble.
Still 4 balls left of this over, and Glamorgan and David Lloyd walks away. Possibly somebody having a little word, and he picked up the words they were saying.
Coughlin looks less than impressed, but of course the batter is entitled to pull away if there's any chat or movement going on in the field.
Here he is again, running away from us. Gathers speed on his way and bowls, and this time is defended by Lloyd outside the off stump.
We were talking about funky fields earlier on, and Durham at the moment have got a silly mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and another man catching just between the 2, who's probably about 25 metres from the bat, but crouching in a catching position.
Well, we did see a ball that Lloyd hit, nearly caught at mid-on by Borthwick. Halfway through the over, and this is driven to one of those 3 men on the drive on the onside, and there's no run. 2 balls left then before the interval, and Glamorgan have stuttered along to 47 for 3. They've lost Byron, LBW Rain for 9. Labuschagne driving at a very wide ball, caught at backward point by Lees. Good catch, low down for 5, and then North East got one that lifted, and you could only prod it into the gully. caught by Coughlin off Coughlin for 4. The next ball is driven on the onside. It's well fielded, and there is no run. One ball then before we all go off for a cup of tea. And it'll be bowled by Paul Coughlin, and it will be faced by David Lloyd. 47 for 3.
Yeah, 35 overs will remain in the last session for Durham to try and achieve an improbable victory.
Here is the last ball. It's bowled. This is clipped down the corner, down to fine leg for one rather. Score moves on to 48 for 3. Lloyd moves on to 20. Carlson is 5. The deficit now is 118. It's been very much Durham's day yet again. And we'll be breaking off for 20 minutes for a cuppa. Join us when we return.
I'll bring you up to date with the tea time scores elsewhere in the country over these games, like here at Sophia Gardens, are in their final day. They've resumed play at Taunton with Somerset at tea 197 for 6, so Somerset lead Lancashire by 84 runs with 4 second innings wickets remaining. It's stopped raining at home. There's an inspection now, and if play were to resume, Yorkshire require a further 63 runs to defeat Sussex. It stopped raining as well at Worcester, where there'll be an inspection at 4 o'clock, with Worcestershire 51 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Worcestershire still needing 250 runs, and Gloucestershire 6 further wickets. Play has just begun at Lords, where Nottinghamshire declared on their overnight total of 158 for 6. That's set Middlesex a target of 249 to win. Middlesex currently 24 without loss. And the game at Canterbury has ended in a draw. No play today in the game between Kent and Essex. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the One-Day International here on Friday the 8th of September, as well as games in the T20 Blast and the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet, they're still available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the recently published 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is still open. It'll be closing around about 5 o'clock. If you haven't been there already, it's situated opposite Gate 2. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. And finally, as far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget you can obtain food and drink from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand, as well as from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Power stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. To resume Glamorgan's second innings, David Lloyd and Kiran Carlson. And to resume the bowling for Durham at the river end, Ben Ray.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are 48 for 3, 35 overs remain for Durham to take 7 wickets to pull off an improbable victory. Martin Emerson back with us.
Ben Rain, ball in hand from the River Taff end, bowling to Lloyd, who's on 20. Comes in and bowls. They're crowding the bat here. This is played to short mid-wicket. Potts is on the field still as a 12th man. No Matt Kuhneman today because of a back strain. So got Michael Jones at first slip, David Bedingham at second slip. Lees is in the gully. Got a short extra cover in there as well. Graham Clark. Borthwick is at mid-off. We've got 2 short on the leg side. Coghlan is standing next to the non-striking batsman. Potts is in there as well. Rain comes in and bowls. Played off the back foot to Clark in the covers by Lloyd. Travaskis is down at long leg on the hook.
Glammy podcast on Twitter, not sure the weather will save us.
Well, the weather's missing us at the minute. There's a horrendous load of rain just behind us, but it looks like it's gone past. And to the northeast of us it looks terrible on the hills over there, but at the minute here things are okay. Rain comes in and bowls. Lloyd turns this off towards square leg on the boundary, 1 run.
Martin Jenkins on Twitter, what a disappointing 4 days, particularly after winning the toss. Derek Evans talking about people turning up at grounds rather than watching on stream, of which there are many thousands. Decided to buy a ticket and a train ticket for yesterday with an OK weather forecast. Knew there'd be a good chance of Glamorgan batting. Bought books at reception and a hoodie at the shop, so it was an expensive day out. Hope you got something out of it, Derek.
Lees has come out of gully and has gone into short square leg. 3 close in catching positions on the leg side. Beddingham's dropped from second slip round to more of a sort of 3rd slip, 4th slip area. Halfway through this over from Rain. Comes in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Carlson.
Stephen Moss on Twitter, all rather embarrassing. What was Edward saying about it being impossible to be bowled out twice? Perhaps time for Glamorgan to recruit some bowlers.
Well, I've seen it happen. Durham went through Northants twice in one afternoon in Chester Street in 2015. I think James Wheel had a blinder that day, and Chris Rushworth, and I've seen Durham bowled out for 61 and 66 on the same afternoon at Leicester by Mohammed Abbas a few seasons ago. Rain in. Turned by Carlson to short square leg, no run.
Wales women trailing 29-0 to France at half-time in Grenoble. Knew it would be tough, it is.
Ian Willis says this game's warming up a bit. Newcastle eventually won 6-1. Rain bowls. Pushed by Carlson out through the covers. He'll get 2 runs here, I think. He's coming back for a second. Clark chases it off towards the grandstand on our right.
I mean, Glamorgan shouldn't need it, but there's of course the issue if they get into the lead, then there's 2 overs lost for the change of innings. 34 remain. Some tense moments ahead for supporters of both sides on this final session of the game.
Resume the bowling for Durham at the Cathedral Road end, Brighton Cars.
So Cars taking over from Coghlan, whose spell brought him a couple of wickets and looked to be bowling rather more tidily than in the first innings, rather more threateningly, more to the point than tidiness. Taking the wickets of Labuschagne and North East. A very good international player and a very good county player. Least driving to gully. Northeast got one that spat and reared off the shoulder of the bat to point. Carse is in, bowls, and driven by Lloyd down the ground. There'll be at least a couple of runs. Is it going to just reach the fence? No, I don't think so. As the sliding stop in front of us by the skipper Scott Borthwick, who hurls it back in to the keeper, but they are through safely. 4, is that 3 runs they took there in the end?
Yeah.
Yes, I was watching the fielder rather than the batters. 54 for 3. Lloyd has 24 of them. Carlson, the first innings hero, with 119 before he's caught and bowled by Travaskis. One of the better return catches, you'll see. Carse is in to bowl to Carlson, who blocks that one back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Some wintry weather on the way in the next few days. Tomorrow it's going to be quite gusty in the northeast. Brisk northerly winds, strong gusts down the coast. Temperatures struggling to get up towards 10, and some wintry showers on the fells.
Whoop-de-doo.
And then a widespread frost tomorrow night. It's raining just across the other side of the city, isn't it, there, as we look?
Yeah, looks like it.
That might miss us, though, hopefully.
Yes, everything seems to be passing just towards the city centre. There's probably some shoppers who got wet this afternoon.
Yeah.
Carse is in to Carlson, who is caught at leg slip.
Clark.
Flicking one away, and Kiran Carlson cannot believe that one. That was more or less off the meat of the bat, and Carlson, the first innings hero, is gone for 7. Glamorgan are 4 down with 33.4 overs left, and Durham's leg side trap works a treat.
Snared for 7.
Carr's striking in his first over, in fact with his third ball. Glamorgan are 54 for 4.
He got a wicket with his third ball this morning as well.
And there's 112 behind, and the door is open for Durham. And really all credit to their seamers, who really have kept the pressure on, given little help from the conditions on the pitch or in the skies. Glamorgan 54 for 4, and in danger of suffering a very embarrassing defeat, given that they had 15 wickets in hand at the start of the day, and we also lost 10 overs to the elements. Who is going to try and stand up and resist for Glamorgan when you consider that Lloyd was dropped on 10 as well? Durham could be halfway to victory by now. Glamorgan maybe will need a further helping hand from the weather, which the Met Office reckons that it's 50% likely to be raining at 5 o'clock, and BBC4 says it's 80% likely to be raining here. But as we've seen during the course of the day, it's been very patchy, and most of it has avoided Sophia Gardens.
Well, that might be a 5 o'clock in front of us, but missing us over towards Newport way.
Yeah, it's Borthwick rearranging his troops as Billy Root comes to the wicket, left-hander. Out cheaply in the first innings after scoring well against Gloucestershire. And Carr's bowls, and Root gets off the mark first ball with a driven 4 through a point. 58 for 4. Root's innings so far this season: 117 not out, 39 not out, and 1.
What was the score at T?
T was 48 for 3 off 10. We've only had 10 balls since T. Action packed. So here comes Carse again to Root, who turns one off his legs down towards backward squares, a tumbling stop and no run. A bit of bright sunshine. There are some darker skies approaching which might cause a bad light break.
Do you think that's coming our way?
I think so. It's not a typical direction.
Well, everything that's been coming has been coming from north to south.
Carr's bowls, root back on his stumps, defends.
We're facing east, aren't we? That is going across the front of us, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's more northerly direction than usual.
Donkey Volley says, yet another nerve-jangling finish for Durham here. If the weather holds, we could snatch this. Really enjoying this side so far this season, he says.
Yeah, well, it's been tight finishes, hasn't it, for Durham? One fairly late in the day against Worcestershire.
Yeah, they got down to the last 2 wickets needed at Sussex. They just lost their way in that game at Sussex on the third morning with a bit of a batting collapse. And here's Ben Rain coming in the bowl now to Lloyd, who turns this off to long leg. There's 2 fielders out there. Travaskis it is who picks it up.
Always look on the bright side of life, says Steve on Twitter. Great run rate. Well, I suppose it might be relevant if Glamorgan were to get into the lead. At 59 for 4, that's a long way away though, 107 runs away to be precise. Or that number from parity, which would force Durham to bat again. Bit of sunshine now. 4 seasons in one day. There's an extra helmet being deployed now.
I went out under the steps to do my little piece to camera during the tea break, and it was quite a chilly breeze. Noticeable change in the temperature. That Death Star cloud's missing us, I think. Rain comes in and bowls. Played by Root out towards square leg for 1.
This is the sort of county equivalent of the final day of the Test match that was staged here between England and Sri Lanka, which was bedevilled by an awful lot of rain. And there was further rain on the final day, and it looked hopeless for England. And they came back out and knocked over 7 or 8 Sri Lankan wickets improbably in the final session with virtually no one here.
Rain in again. It's a short one. It's hooked out towards the boundary and it's gone for 4 past square leg from Lloyd. Was that a match? Was that in early July?
I think it was earlier than that because Glamorgan lost a fortune on the match. It was helped them to drive them close to the edge financially.
Yeah, a bit like Durham with the Sri Lanka Test match, which sent them over the edge as well.
It rained every morning of the match. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Glamorgan battling to stave off defeat in this final session of the game. They're 64 for 4. That's still 102 runs in arrears, and it's been a far from vintage performance by the Welsh county in this match. If they are saved, it'll be saved largely by the rain, which has taken a day and a half out of the match already. Glamorgan made 305 in their first innings. That was 166 in arrears, thanks to a century stand between Kiran Carlson, who made a fine 119, and Tim van der Hoogten 54. They were following on at 166 runs behind, but made a bit of a hash of things so far, as they've lost the wickets of Byram for 9, Labuschagne for 5, North East for 4 and Carlson for 7. 2 wickets to Coughlan, 1 apiece to Rain and Carlson. Glamorgan have some work to do to save this match still. With 32 overs remaining, they are 65 for 4.
We've got brilliant sunshine here and a wall of blackness just over the rooftops. Rain to Root, the left-hander, comes in and bowls. Root defends, the ball rolls off towards the covers.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 keeping a fraction low, but not too much bad behaviour from the pitch. Well, I suppose you wouldn't expect it because it's only 2.5 days old effectively.
Apparently Mo Farah's last professional race will be the Great North Run in September.
a Glammy podcast say, too nervous to watch or listen to this. How can you not follow it?
Go and watch Antiques Roadshow.
How can you not follow it? It's a couple of hours max of gripping drama in your life. Courtesy of Glamorgan Cricket. Wobbling frantically. Here comes Cars then, starting a new over. Bowls, and Lloyd plays forward to mid-on, and there is no run.
Damo tweeted me earlier, a while ago now this afternoon, and I had said, I'm trying to see what my tweet was at the time.
Little chance for Durham, or slim chance for Durham? Seems slim. It's growing. Not quite by the over, but Durham with their tails up. Cars bounding in enthusiastically. Bowls, and Lloyd blocks. 2 mid-on, and there's no run.
I'd said a record 9th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Durham, so this was 2 hours ago. And la-di-da-di-da, new ball due in 6 overs. Damo replied, lol, no other team is resting their England bowlers apart from us. What's the point of even watching or listening if we're not allowed to compete? Well, I'm sure you've gone and found something more interesting to do.
Well, Durham certainly competing strongly to win this one. As Cars is in to bowl, and Lloyd on the drive plays to mid-on, scrambling stop, no run. Play has been abandoned at New Road between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire after more heavy rainfall at Worcester. Here, most of the rain has avoided Cardiff, Sophia Gardens, as Cast bowls and Lloyd tries to smash it on the leg side, hit on the pad, bounces to short leg, no run. So, one of few county games still going at this late stage. Oh, they look to be trying to contrive a result at Lord's. Interesting. That looked dead and buried. There's a further inspection at 4:30 at Hove, where Yorkshire needs 60-odd runs to beat Sussex. Cars is in to bowl, pulled away by Lloyd, down towards fine leg, just the single. Fielded on the boundary. Worcestershire was set 301 to beat Gloucestershire. They were 51 for 4 when the rain came at New Road.
Our colleague Simon Pride, who presents our evening football show, said the search starts now. I want to find a Newcastle fan who was running late today and missed the first 20 minutes.
Very good. Was it 5 in that time?
I think there were 5 up after 21 minutes, I think it was.
Cars is in to bowl to Root, short ball. Root ducks underneath, gets out of the way successfully. In Division 1, it was rained off at Canterbury between Kent and Essex. Notts declared at 158 for 6 in their second innings. Middlesex are 70 for 1 in the 11th, needing a total of 249 to win that one. So, aggressive declaration from Nottinghamshire. At Taunton, Somerset look as though they should scramble a draw now against Lancashire in Division 1. Somerset 203 for 6 in their second innings. There is now a lead of 89 runs, so they are on the verge of safety. Glamorgan are not yet. They are 100 runs behind.
Paul Coughlin coming in to replace Rain from the River End. Of course, the big sporting story of the day today wasn't the football or the London Marathon. As Coughlin comes in brilliant sunshine in Cardiff and bowls, that's left alone. It was Liège-Bastogne-Liège, one of the big monument one-day cycle races. Have you ever been to Bastogne?
Can't say I have.
It's an interesting
place. Would you recommend it?
It was, yeah, we were on our way back from we'd been touring around France, Italy and Germany, and we tried to get a hotel room in Luxembourg City, and the guy in the tourist office said, You'll not get a room full of the money here today because of the big football match. That's right. Coghlan bowls. A bit of a false shot there from Lloyd out towards short mid-wicket. And we said, what football match? And there was a European qualifier on or something, and it was the last of the European qualifiers in 2005. And Luxembourg were playing somebody like Estonia. We were thinking, that's really put a strain on the hotel situation. And as we drove out of the city, we passed the football stadium, and it was tiny. I mean, it was really small. So we continued down the road and came to Bashstone. Coghlan in, played up to mid on this time, no run there. And it's interesting because as you drive down the hill in towards Bashstone, there's about 30 petrol stations in a row on this hillside. And there's queues outside every one of them of lorries. And it's the last tax-free fuel in Europe, you know, for a lot of the lorries that are heading across to the UK. And cheap as chips, the fuel was there. And speaking of chips, as Coghlan balls, this is pulled out. Oh, it's gone! He's put it straight into the hands of Travaskis at long leg. What on earth was David Lloyd thinking of there? He's taken the bait again, and Durham are setting up plans left, right and centre. And if this was the A-team, they'd be saying, I love it when a plan comes together. Lloyd's walking away for 31, 66 for 5, and still 100 behind. What on earth was David Lloyd thinking?
Well, David Lloyd likes to play aggressively, but surely he should have seen that that was a trap, and he fell right into it. And is a short boundary. He should have been able to hit it for 6, really. But Coghlan now has 3, and Glamorgan are 5 down for 66. And are we getting to the point now where Durham are favourites to win this game? You suspect so?
Well, you're looking at these partnerships here, Nick. 19, 15, 6, 14 and 12.
You can say that's the way David Lloyd plays, and there is advantage to scoring runs to try and get Glamorgan in the lead, but really, that's a poor shot. As Chris Cooke comes in at 7. Glamorgan still 100 behind with half their side out.
Coming back to for Glamorgan is Chris Cooke.
It's been a poor day for Glamorgan, who have lost 10 wickets by 423 in the day, despite the loss of 10 overs to the conditions. Matt McWilliam, no, Glamorgan aren't likely to be docked points for the slow over rate, because it was judged taking into account various delays, ball changes and injury treatments, etc., that they were just about level. Oswald Rodnith on Twitter says there may be trouble ahead. Yes, I think he wrote that before David Lloyd was out as well.
What's the next line? But in there may be trouble.
Yes, let's face the music. Yeah. I don't think there's much romance on here, and not a lot of dancing, other than the Durham players celebrating their wickets. 5 of them so far. Bright sunshine overhead, dark cloud surrounds us.
Cooke is on strike as Coghlan comes in and bowls and plays that late off past square leg for 1 run. The sun is still shining brightly. That band of weather we were talking about is now drifting round the south-eastern corner of Cardiff now. It has missed us.
Yeah. Told it's been raining in the northeast of Cardiff, but it's a few miles away.
Route is on 5. Coghlan from the river end. Clark's very close in, isn't he? He's like a very short gully.
Yeah, the ball's not particularly carrying, is it, on this surface?
Got 2 slips, Clark in a gully. As Coghlan bowls, that is left alone by Root. Yeah, just going back to Bashstone then, it's, you know what it was famous for in historical terms, the town?
Enlighten me.
The Battle of the Bulge.
Ah.
That's where the Germans tried to break through the Ardennes. So it's a nice little town. There's a big Sherman tank in one corner with a shell hole through the side of it. There's a memorial and rolling countryside around there. But if you're ever driving from Luxembourg through Belgium, then get your petrol on the hill near Bastogne.
All sorts of useful tips you get on BBC Sport Online, some relevant to cricket, others less so. 67 for 5 Glamorgan, 99 runs behind, 30 overs left of the match. Carse is in to bowl, and that's 4 runs off a thick edge stroke angled bat from Chris Cooke down to the third man boundary, all along the ground between slips and gully. 71 for 5, 95 behind.
As Graham says, afternoon Marty, hopeful but nervous here, and haven't forgotten last Sunday's torturous last wicket, which took 15 overs or 50 minutes to get. Still, it's a different bowling attack with Kiran Carlson, so I'm erring towards optimism for once. Come on, Durham.
Here is Carse, second ball to Cooke, flicks it away on the leg side to backward square for a single. 72 for 5.
Yeah, the last pair last week was Dylan Pennington, one of them, wasn't he? Pennington and Finch came together with 19 overs to bat out the game for a draw, and they got to within, I think, 5.2 before the final wicket fell.
Yep. Best part of a couple of hours for Durham to get these remaining wickets, light permitting, that is.
And 143 overs lost in this match as well. That was the official verdict.
Lots of field rearrangement as there is now a leg gully stroke leg slip back in place. Durham have bowled a lot on the leg side, and eventually it's paid off. Car's into the left-handed route. There's a short leg as well, but Root plays this one backward of square through point for 4 runs. Ball just about racing away in the end. Did have a spell where the outfield looked very slow after the heavy shower in mid-afternoon, but that appears to have dried up. Root moves to 9, 76 for 5, 90 behind.
They just need one good partnership, Glamorgan, here, don't they? Really.
Yes, Welsh supporters will have been saying that for the last 5 wickets, though, and they haven't got one so far. So Root has got behind him Gully 2 slips and a leg slip, and a short leg just in front of him, and that's down leg side. Shouts and catch it, and through to the keeper, Ollie Robinson. Durham pressing hard. Been a really good effort from the visitors in this game, and a less good effort from Glamorgan. Been outplayed in virtually every session of this game. It's hard to think of one that Glamorgan won a session as such, despite Carlson's fine efforts today. As Root pushes one past a diving short leg, they'll pick up a couple of runs here comfortably enough as it runs down to square leg. Root into double figures on 11. Glamorgan 78 for 5. Last ball of Car's over coming up. 3 wickets to Coughlin. 1 apiece to Rain and Car's. No Matt Kuhneman for Durham due to a back issue. Travaskis claimed 1 wicket in the first innings, otherwise it was the 3 seamers who did the damage, and Carse is in, bowls and Root back on his stumps, jabs down on it and defends the final ball of the over. 29 overs remain here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan is 78 for 5, trailing by 88 runs. And some very dark cloud, I think, is going to come overhead at some point fairly soon.
Don't think it's too much of an issue because the sun's blazing in behind it. So it's not full cloudy skies, that's the thing.
No. Probably copped a lot less rain than much of South Wales today.
Coghlan bowling here from the river end to Cooke. He defends this one. Rolls off towards mid-on.
Gully is still in very close, Graham Clark.
Coghlan bowls. That's a leave. It's a good leave. It's done a bit after it's past the stumps. And the keeper's got his hand on his chin in disbelief that it didn't do a bit more, but it's angled quite a long way down towards the leg side after it's gone past the target.
Yeah, kidology from keeper and slips.
Gloucestershire would just look forward to a proper day on the field without the weather ruining things for them. It's been a terrible start for them with the weather this season. It's a short one, which clearly Cooke's lost sight of, and he's more or less ducked into. Hit him in the body.
I wondered if he actually did like that one hit him, on the grounds that he was sort of half into a shot which it would have been unwise to complete. Might have actually pulled out the shot and said, right, we'll just take it.
Coghlan bowls, and this is played off towards the covers by Cooke. Dot ball. Two crows fighting with a seagull in the corner of the ground. Seagull's flown off, the crows have decided to go after it.
Oof. Yet more fielding changes. I think this is almost for the sake of it now. It is every couple of balls. Another helmet is being brought on, and well, not maybe advisable for Durham to waste too much time, just in case the light closes in at some point.
Get on with it.
Yes, there is that. Waiting to get the result through of that inspection at Hove, where Yorkshire need 60 odd to win, with 7 wickets in hand.
You know, they go on about the frozen north and Durham and all that malarkey, but I've seen some miserable weather in Hove over the years. Tornadoes, gale force storms, sea frets taking them off, thick fog, rain. Got a silly point in here now. That's Coghlan falls over as he bowls. The ball flicked out by Cooke down towards long leg though, and he'll take one with a ball left of the over.
Yeah, arrived at Hove for one T20 game about an hour and a half before the match was due to start. Set up the equipment. Hour before the match was due to start, umpires went round and paddled round a bit, game off. And it hadn't rained that day. It was rain from earlier in the week.
Wow. Yeah, Durham lost an entire one-day game there 2 years ago.
Still playing at Taunton and Lords in Division 1 though.
I may have cried if I'd driven 350 miles purely for that one game, but thankfully it was a tour of the south, so they'd played at Beckenham and they were playing at Radlett, and on the way home, Scarborough. Root is on 11. The breeze has got up a little bit here, just seeing his shirt billowing there. This cloud sitting right over us at the moment. It's got a bit gloomy. No shadows on the players at the moment. Coghlan round the wicket to Root, and they're going for an appeal for a leg side flick, but it's not given. That didn't look from here as if he hit it.
Didn't look as though he went through with his shot, to be honest.
I think that may have hit his thigh pad on the way through.
Pulled out the shot. 79 for 5, 28 overs remain. The deficit is 87 runs. Glamorgan following on, 166 runs behind on first innings. The umpires look up to the skies. I don't think this...
cameraman's got this cloud above us at the moment. That's more across from us, what you're seeing there.
If you're on the video stream.
Yeah.
But no sign of the umpires taking a light reading at the moment. As cars then from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Chris Cooke. Turned off his hip for a single down towards backward square. 80 for 5. 86 runs behind. Over 8 is +2, so Durham can afford to take their time without risk of being docked points, but it's just whether the weather has any final tricks to defy the visitors.
Chris Sharp says, I've been out and about this afternoon. I've just checked the score and it's going very well. Hoping it will be all over before I get home at 6.
It's likely to be all over one way or another by 6, I suppose. We could be going after that. Cars is in to bowl. Turned on the leg side by Billy Roots. Will pick up just the single. This is Travascus scrambles back.
How many overs remaining? 27.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time for Durham to do their work. 81 for 5.
Robert Staincliffe. Hi Marty and Co. Will the ECB have any say on Potts being under the helmet at Silly Point?
Cast races in, bowls, and forward comes Cooke defending.
He says it seems staff not playing him, but then him being a sub-fielder and now fielding in close in the most dangerous position.
Yeah, I take your point. I don't think there's any risk to fielding normally in the game, but yeah, you would have thought you wouldn't put one of your prize assets under the lid. It's usually the youngest member of the team. Not sure who that is. Not too many youngsters in this particular lineup. As Cars races in, bowls, fast delivery. Cooke chops down on it and defends it on the leg side.
Well, Clark's the one close in, isn't he, under the helmet at the minute? It's short leg.
Well, he's 30, he's not likely to be there.
No. Where is Potts?
Travascus must be the youngest in the team.
24, something like that?
24, apart from Robinson, who's also 24, but he's obviously got the gloves on.
Potts is way out at long leg at the moment.
Oh, there we are. Carse is in to bowl to Cooke. Defends on the offside. No run.
Keep up the great work, says Robert. I've enjoyed listening and watching all weekend when there has been play.
And the women's rugby, Wales have pulled a couple of tries back in front. It's now 34-14. Tries from Georgia Evans and Gwenllian Pearce, both converted by Eleanor Snowsill. Getting towards respectability. Carson bowls, driven through the offside by Cooke. Is that one going to run away? It might just reach the ropes. No, it'll be hauled up surely. Good sliding stop by Ben Rain, and they just settled for a couple of runs in the circumstance. Good chase by Rain, who's lost his headgear. And what is being brought out now?
Helmets and pads. Martin Hardy, who was covering the Newcastle game today, said they listed the crowd of 52,252 and it felt worth asking the question of whether the figure included the 11 representing Tottenham Hotspur. Report here of a destruction.
Oh dear.
Newcastle winning 6-1.
Yeah, here at Sophia Gardens, it's one of the days where they announce the crowd changes to the teams rather than the other way around. It's the old Newport County joke. Can I have 20 tickets for Saturday's match? What time's kick-off? What time can you get here, sir? It's probably been told about virtually every smaller club in the country. And the famous country song, I was a linesman down the county. 85 for 3.
Durham fans still at the far end of the ground.
83 for 5, 27 remain.
Bumped into one of them on the riverbank the other night when I was heading home. Coghlan, new over, 27 remaining. He's coming round the wicket to bowl to Root. Root forward to this one, placed out through the covers. Lee's chasing from point towards the pavilion steps. He catches up with the ball, and Glamorgan run 2, so they bring the deficit down now to 81.
Yep, they're more than halfway to the target of knocking off the deficit, but they have got 5 of their finest back in the pavilion.
Partnership 19.
Then 19.
Coghlan has 2 at short leg, comes in and bowls. It's a bouncer, and Root just ducks out of it.
Well, Glamorgan have fallen into enough leg traps in the course of this match, haven't they?
Yeah, well, Potts is one of them. He's nearest to us, Clark's the other.
David Lloyd.
Clark's at short leg, Potts is a sort of backward short leg.
David Lloyd caught on the boundary at square leg hooking, and Kiran Carlson caught at leg slipish.
Coghlan in again. Root forward, defends this one. It rolls along the floor to Ben Rain, fielding at mid-off.
Batting to come, Douthwaite, Nisa, Van der Hoogten and Podmore. And Glamorgan have had really one substantial stand in this game.
To coin a phrase used by our weather presenter, that manky cloud's now drifted past us. 85 for 5 as Coghlan bowls to Root, and he drives at that one, stopped by Lees at point, diving forwards.
Good stop. Ryan Campbell's obviously at the back of the pavilion somewhere with the Durham wind machine blasting the clouds just past the ground.
Doesn't look like a particularly big crowd at Wembley this afternoon for the traditional FA Cup semi-final kick-off at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night or whenever it is. Who is it? Brighton and Man U, is it? Man City won last night, did they, against Sheffield United 3-0. Coghlan over the wicket and driven hard by Root right out the meat of the bat to the pavilion steps for 4. Mahrez hat-trick.
Rocketed away.
There's a guy down there in a Coghlan over the wicket, a cagoule, and it's the sort of cagoule you might remember from the mid-90s, about 1984, when Nike did them and Kappa and a few others. One half of the coat was one colour and the other half was another. Coghlan in again, it's a shortish one, and Root loses sight of that slightly and then fends it away at the last minute one-handed under the over. And Patrick, do you remember the Patrick company who made football boots and stuff?
Vaguely remember the name.
I had a Patrick cagoule which was sort of maroon and grey, so the shoulders were a different colour to the rest of the thing. So they're back in fashion again by the looks of things.
Yeah, I thought if I held on to a 80s clothing long enough it would come back into fashion.
Flares?
Not flares, Edward, no.
Flares,
No.
Alas, Sergio Tacchini, it's all back in, isn't it?
Yeah. One of my words of wisdom to my daughters is that dungarees, no.
Oh, you don't like dungarees?
No.
I bought my wife a nice pair for her birthday last year.
Bryden Cars is in to bowl to Chris Cooke, and he leaves that one go through outside off stump, the usual oohs and ahs from behind the
What's the
stumps.
crack with dungarees then?
I just think they're a rubbish piece of clothing.
Well, I think it would be difficult if you were going to a loo in a busy pub or something like that. That would be the one concern I'd have.
And who invented them? Why? Kevin Rowland, Dexy's Midnight Run, has got a lot to answer for. 89 for 5. Among their many image changes. Cars into Cook. Plays that one into the offside, fielded at point, no run. Bright sunshine again now.
Funk Soul Brothers. We had funky fielding earlier, didn't we? The Funk Soul Brothers. That was Dexy's Midnight Runners, wasn't it? Good album, that.
Celtic Soul Brothers, they were.
Celtic Soul Brothers.
Yeah. Funksoul Brothers was a chorus of a Norman Cook Fatboy Slim record, wasn't it?
Yeah.
89 for 5, Cook on 10, Root on 18. Carlson bowls, hostile delivery that Cook does well to defend to short leg. 25 overs remain after this.
Mervyn says the ECB have had a lot to say about everything except how to let Yorkshire off for their indiscretions, he says.
Yeah, well,
I think that one's still going on, isn't it? Be interested to see what does happen with Yorkshire if they can't meet their debts, because Durham were done for. Durham didn't have anywhere near the largest debts.
As Cars runs away from us, bowls to Cook, leaves another one close to off stump, going through low to Robinson.
That was a very good leave.
Yes, well,
I think Cars thought he had him there.
So much that's been mishandled and gone wrong at Yorkshire from virtually every party involved. Without getting into the rights and wrongs of it, I don't think anything has been handled very well in terms of the inquiries that have been held. Cars in the sunshine to Chris Cooke. Full length ball driven through the offside by Cook. It might just reach the ropes. It's being pursued and...
Ooh, I think Coughlin's foot was over the rope there.
Probably was. But they're back for 3 runs. 92 for 5. Was the fielder touching the ball when his foot was touching the ground? Who knows? It's one that the fielders get away with really in county games because they're never or rarely 100% sure. And
shaking hands in Hove.
All right. Yorkshire will be very frustrated with that then, since they were set for victory, it seems.
Middlesex 114 for 2 after 16 overs.
Ooh.
135 more needed from 24 overs.
Cars with 2 short legs for Root in and bowls a short ball that Root manages to get underneath, even though it didn't actually get up very high. 92 for 5. 25 overs remain. Just 20 have been bowled, so Durham halfway to their victory target of the 10 wickets in less than half the time. But these two have hung on now for all of 8 overs, as we'll have another bowling change, and these seamers are having to work their socks off today. Rain, Cars and Coughlin between the delays. I suppose the half-hour delay in the middle of the day gave them something of a rest. 25 overs for Glamorgan to survive or get into the lead. 74 they trail by now.
Can Ben Rain be the partnership breaker again? This 26 partnership in the scheme of things is a big one. It's the best they've had in this innings so far by 7 runs.
Doesn't say a lot, does it?
They're crowding the bat here, Durham. They've got 3 in close catching positions, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside as Rain bowls. Oh, and they're appealing for a caught behind there. Somebody's got very, very excited.
They're appealing from short mid-on, but possibly not too much from behind the wickets.
I think Paul Coughlin thinks he heard something there.
Well, Robinson went up straight away, but didn't seem an immediate
And Potts there.
appeal from the bowler.
You've got Coughlin fielding at silly mid-on, and Potts is at short mid-wicket, just a strip or 2 across to his right. And then there's a silly mid-on, and mid-off as well. In comes Rain, that's wide of the stumps, and actually pitches again before it reaches the keeper.
That's one of the few poor balls that Durham have delivered in the course of this match. They've been generally a lot more consistent than Glamorgan's seamers were.
It's a cunning ploy. Oh, you've started something now. Chris Lingwood, dungarees remove the need for a separate tool belt. They originally had tool loops in the front panel, so they were practical.
Yes. How many dungarees are worn by people who need to wear them, though, for that reason?
Rain in, played by Cooke up towards mid-off and stopped by Carse, I think that is.
Yep. In fashion terms, I'm talking about.
Davy Fennick, great result for the red and white Wizards. No strikers, no centre-backs. Great togetherness about the group. Let's hope Durham can make it a Super Sunday. Rain once more comes in and bowls. Cooke forward to this, defends it. Soft hands this time, the ball just rolls gently out towards short cover area to Beddingham.
No strikers, no centre-backs. That's an unusual formation for a football team.
They haven't had well, they lost Ross Stewart weeks ago. Ellis Sims went back to Everton, and they've played quite a bit of the season without recognised strikers. Got Gellart from Leeds on loan, but he's not an out-and-out forward man. They've got masses of injuries, Sunderland, at the minute. Rain in, short, pulled down the leg side to fine leg for 4. He was trying to lure Cooke into the pull to long leg there, but he checked his shot halfway through and just let it glance off the bat and away to fine leg for 4. But all importantly, it knocks away at the deficit again, and there's still only 5 down. The partnership's 30. Cooke has 17, Root 18. Glamorgan 96 for 5, trail by 70. They're following on, remember.
Yeah, 15 wickets in the day was the target for Durham. They've got 10 of them.
There's still to bat out 24.1 overs if they are to secure the draw. Break this partnership and Durham will be cock-a-hooping, thinking they might be nearly home and dry as Rain comes in again and bowls. Oh, now he's gone for a hook shot and there was a noise there and he's out. Taking the bait. The ball, after a short bouncer, slow short bouncer, was played off down to fine leg, and he's delivered the same ball again, and he couldn't resist himself, and he's out, and he departs for 17, and it's 96 for 6. He comes in again and bowls. He's gloved that one, I think. Oh, it's come off the bat. Everybody was celebrating there. And again, and Douthwaite yesterday, shots we've seen today. Why play the shot? Who did that earlier on? There was a catch, wasn't there? Was that this morning? It was this morning, wasn't it? David Lloyd, yeah.
Yeah, apologies for my temporary silence when the pairs of headphones started to play up at that moment, but well, I've rarely seen so many wickets taken off short balls on leg side, and Glamorgan are just falling into traps left, right and centre. As Dan Douthwaite comes out to bat, and Durham are favourites to win this match. Glamorgan had 45 overs to bat, and they're 6 wickets down inside 21 overs, with little assistance from the pitch. Is that a glove or a top edge in the end?
I think it's come off the face of the bat as he's pulling it around. I thought initially the glove, but looking at the replay. Now here's a guy who threw his wicket away in the first innings. Can he redeem himself this time?
Yeah, so Glamorgan deep in the mire for what would be a very, very disappointing defeat in the manner of it at this stage of the season, as Carr starts a new over, bowling to Root, who chops one down into the offside, and there is no run. Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets here to short leg side deliveries. Lloyd pulling to square leg, Carlson clipping to leg slip, And Cooke just getting a soft lob through to the keeper. Very poor from Glamorgan at 98 for 6. As Carse bowls and Root turns one off his legs and will get runs down to the fine leg boundary. That one is going to cross the ropes in front of that empty jellyfish stand, and that is the 100 up for Glamorgan. 102 for 6. They trail by 64 runs. Root moves on to 22 not out. A poor day for Glamorgan. Even when they were dismissed for 305 just after the afternoon rain break, they looked to have done enough to save this match. They needed one real decent partnership to save this match, and so far they haven't got it.
Well, Rain's taken 2 in this innings.
As Carse is in to bowl to Root, who ducks underneath the short one. 4 in the first.
Yeah. Just trying to remember the story of the day where they were tea. They were 48 for 3 at tea, weren't they?
Yep.
They were 166 short when they were bowled out 305. Carlson's been in and out twice today. Got 119 in the first innings, but just 7 in the second. After a partnership of 110, a record 9th wicket stand for Glamorgan against Durham.
Carlson bowls to Root, who deflects one on the ground to leg gully, and there's no run. So the array of catchers around Billy Root: a short leg, a leg gully, a gully and 2 slips. No one on the drive now.
It's just got a bit dark again now. This is the one thing that could really scupper Durham's hopes now, the weather. Just a bit of dark cloud drifting in.
As Carse is into bowl, and Root off an angled bat plays it down to backward point, and there is no run.
I think they should be allowed to turn the lights on now, seeing as the game's where it's at, don't you think?
I think they ought to be allowed to turn the lights on for every game of the championship season, but the council deems otherwise.
I don't know who it's affecting particularly, given there's so much parkland around here.
Yeah, I've said that numerous times. There was no ball at the start of this over, which I don't think are picked up, and now Billy Root isn't ready. There's a bit of chat going on, maybe. $102 for 6. 64 runs in arrears. 23 overs remain after this. Just 22nd over of the innings. 2 gullies now. Carson to Root, who plays it to one of those gullies, and there is no run. 102 for 6. 64 runs behind. A lot of chat in the Durham infield, as you might expect, echoing round a virtually deserted Sophia Gardens. Four dot balls in a row for Brighton Cars in this over. As he's in, bowls a short ball and Root ducks underneath it. Through to the keeper. Cars has got 6 overs, 1 for 32, Rain 2 for 38. Paul Coughlin leading the charge in the second innings with 3 wickets and 23 overs left of the match. 64 behind Glamorgan.
I hope Damo did go find something else more interesting to do today rather than listen to this.
Well, you've had to work for your money this season, haven't you, Martin, in terms of the finishes, late finishes?
Yeah. Brilliant sunshine now. We've got a steely sky and absolutely bright sunshine.
It is a sharp contrast.
Douthwaite, he's on none. Hasn't faced the ball yet.
He'll be a bit fidgety.
absolutely crowding in here. They are 2 short on the offside, 2 short on the onside. Leg slip, very close gully. Rain balls defended by Douthwaite. He'll ball a few balls on a length, and then he'll bang a short one in again. See if Douthwaite takes the bait once more, with long legs standing there waiting eagerly. It's a deep square leg as well towards the pavilion. $102 for 6. The deficit is 64. Rain in. It's pulled into the ground by Douthwaite. It was a shortish ball, but didn't get up much, and he plays it off towards the square leg boundary for 1. That brings Root back on strike on 22.
Yeah, I mean, Root is not a naturally defensive player, but at least he's been trying to curb his attacking instincts.
We've got the short leg in, backward short leg in, 2 slips, short extra cover. There's the man on the hook, a deep backward square leg. Rain balls. Root flicks the ball down the leg side to the keeper. I think he might have played that onto the bottom of his thigh pad and then it dribbled along the ground.
Look, he didn't dribble back onto the stumps. Edward Bevan will be coming in for a blast of commentary after my next over.
Somerset have drawn against Lancashire. Sun's gone in again now. Rain comes in and bowls. Root forward to this one. The ball bounces up to mid-off. 22.2 overs left.
So 2 weather-ruined draws in the 2nd Division. Sussex, Yorkshire, Worcestershire, Gloucestershire. Somerset held on or batted out time at 2.56 for 6 in the end. Middlesex, decent chase against Nottinghamshire. 132 for 2, needing a further 117.
Rain in, Root pulls. Oh, it's gone between the 2 fielders around short leg and down towards long leg to Travascus for 1.
I don't think I've often seen so much leg side bowling from Durham today, and it's paid off. 3 out of the 6 wickets in this innings, and Douthwaite in the first innings as well. North East fending defensively as well, and they've done their best to flog some life out of a pretty unresponsive pitch.
Now what we got here? What's this field? They've got 2 at silly.
They're queuing up at short extra.
One silly mid on.
And a very short gully.
Yeah. Douthwaite on strike on 1. Rain balls. He bounces him. Goes through to the keeper. I don't know what a few of the players down there thought they saw there. He just ducked out the road of that. End of the over.
The batting to come, only Nisa van der Hochten and Podmore. Glamorgan trail by 62 runs, and there are 22 overs potentially remaining, but the umpires are now taking a light reading with some heavier cloud passing overhead, and the players are leaving the field, much to the discomfort of Durham. Root and Douthwaite showing no similar reluctance. In fact, they're not walking off as quickly as I'd be in those circumstances. If I was a Glamorgan batsman, I'd be running up those stairs, I think, to try and get away from things. But it seems as though we are going to get a brief delay with 22 overs remaining, but I would expect them to get back on before too long. So the the story of the day, Glamorgan resuming on 153 for 5 in their first innings. Lost the wickets of Chris Cooke, caught Robinson bowled Cars for 32. Dan Douthwaite caught Cars bowled Rain for 12. And Michael Nisa LBW to Cars for 1. That was 181 for 8. But then we saw the recovery between Kiran Carlson and Tim van der Hoogten, who added 110 for the 9th wicket, a record for Glamorgan against Durham, before Carlson drilled a ferocious straight catch back to Travaskis for 119. After a rain break and after Glamorgan had scrambled a second batting bonus point, Tim van der Hoogten chipped Paul Coughlin to mid-on for 54. Harry Podmore was left not out 2. Ben Rain 4 for 65, Coughlin 2 for 63, Cars 3 for 89 and Travaskis 1 for 41 were the Durham wicket takers. In the second innings, Glamorgan have lost Byram leg before to Rain for 9. Labuschagne caught at Gully, driving at Coughlin for 5. North East got a nasty delivery that spat on him and lobbed to point, caught Clark bowled Coughlin for 4. Carlson caught at leg slip, flicking at Cars, Clark the catcher for 7. Lloyd caught Travaskis bowled Coughlin at square leg for 31, 66 for 5. And then Chris Cooke caught Robinson bowled Rain for 17. That was 96 for 6. It is now 104 for 6. Glamorgan trail by 62 runs, and the noise you can hear in the distance is that of the hover cover coming on. 23 overs on the board only. 22 technically remain in this game, but Durham are going to lose a few of them because of the weather. Their victory hopes, though, are still alive if they do get back on for any length of time. They only have only 4 wickets to take. Glamorgan 104 for 6. Rain stopped play.
Well, just to bring you back up to date with what is happening here in Cardiff, they've covered half the square but not the other half, and the umpires have now come out after a heavy rainfall of about 10 minutes. The match has been abandoned as a draw. I really don't understand what we've just witnessed here with regards to how only half the square was covered and not the other half, but the umpires have now abandoned the match as a draw. So Durham got very close there, but the weather has caused problems throughout this game. 143 overs lost in all before we then lost that final 22.
Well, it's been a poor final day for Glamorgan, and they're lucky to scramble 9 points out of this game. 104 for 6, they were still 62 behind, just 4 wickets left and 22 overs remaining when the rain came, and they will have to do a lot better with bat and ball when they travel to Leicester on Thursday. But disappointment for Durham, who probably deserved maximum points from this game and have to settle for 13. So thank you very much indeed for listening and following us wherever you have done so. But Durham frustrated by the weather. It's match drawn here in Cardiff.